right, let's get the vibes right.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Sexo spin that shit selected.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Save my prime sub for this Neff. So glad you like that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Neff Abomination.
coming to you live from my humble stream setup out here in sunny Los Angeles, California. I am William Neff, a.k.a. Billy Ichiban, a.k.a. Billy the Ace, a.k.a. Billy, your dad's favorite streamer. And I want to wish you a very hearty, hey now. Hey now. Hey now.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Hey, Pops. I'm glad to see you back. Now I
Right
can
now.
stop watching Grey's Anatomy at work now.
Wait, Grey's Anatomy at work sounds kind of fire, though.
Miss my favorite streamer. Hey now.
Hey now. Let this play out. Where's the corn sexual sign? It's over here. I haven't put it up. I was going to do it today, but then I went and watched Long Legs. And it was good. I'll talk about Long Legs. Thank you, Will, for always being so polite. Well, you're welcome. It was good, but overhyped. Yeah. Long Legs is a 3 out of 5. I don't disagree with that. I might go a little higher. I might go like a 3.5. All right. Let's get into it. First things first. Yeah, I went to see Long Legs today. And I guess I just expected like revelation. And there were definitely like some really good moments. But I just ultimately, I feel like it kind of failed to deliver on its promise. Which made me sad because it had a lot of pieces of a really like great movie. I didn't dislike it. I'd probably give it like a 7.5. But it was hyped. It was so hyped. It had so much hype around it that I guess I just kind of expected more. Yeah. It also just felt like Osgood
I need a movie
Perkins
rec plaza.
took.
Nothing crazy scary. Love your content. Glad you're back.
You need a movie rec and you're looking for a horror movie? You said nothing crazy scary. What are you looking for? I don't know. It was an interesting film. It just felt like Osgood Perkins took pieces from like Silence of the Lambs and Seven and Hereditary
1,000 years of sex.
and just like kind of fucked them together. 1,000 years of sexo. Domain expansion. 1,000 years of sexo. Release. Yeah, so I ultimately I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the film, especially for like a Tuesday matinee when I was just kind of chilling. But I went in with such high expectations. So that's a lot of people have been asking me about long legs. I don't want to hype, I think, puts movies in a bad situation to disappoint people. Usually I would say that, but for like an indie horror movie like that, I think it's a good thing, because I think if you're not like a hardcore horror junkie and you see that movie, it'll probably scare you, and it's probably, it's pretty good, and the marketing was great. So I don't know. The only movie that's like really lived up to the hype recently was Dune 2. Dune 2 was very good. Thoughts on Nicolas Cage in the movie? I mean, he was great.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
He was great.
Glad to have you back, Chief.
Thank you, CF Stang. It's good to be back. Thank you for the hype train, guys. Appreciate you. The new Mad Max is pretty solid. Furiosa?
Oh, wow, that's very cool.
You think Furiosa lived up to the hype? I thought Furiosa was solid. That's all I'll give Furiosa. I kind of put it in that same category as Long Legs, where it didn't blow my nips off, but it was solid. Furiosa is one of those movies that if you look at it too hard, it falls apart. Like, I'm not one that says like a plot line has to, be airtight in a Mad Max film. But there were so many moments in that film where I was like, what? What? She's just been living in the base of Immortal Joe as like a what? There was some stuff like that where I was like, that doesn't make any sense. But overall, it was solid. It was a solid movie. I didn't think I would like it as much as I did, is what I'll say. Do you have any thoughts on Richard Simmons passing? No, not really. I think the fan film looked great. Kind of an unusual guy. All I know, a fitness dude. Yeah, I don't know much. I didn't really have too much personal experience with Richard Simmons. You excited for Deadpool and Wolverine? Yeah, I am. I think it'll be fun. Did you see the new Joker trailer? I have not.
2 years.
This came out just a few hours ago, so I haven't looked at this yet. I was saving it for stream. Let's take a look at the new Foi à Deux trailer.
2 years ago, the name Arthur Fleck hit Gotham like a hurricane.
The trial of the century.
They believe Arthur Fleck to be some kind of martyr. Well, he's not. There's a monster.
When you're smiling, when you're smiling,
When I first saw Joker, when I saw you,
the whole world smiles with you.
for once in my life, I didn't feel so alone anymore.
When you're laughing, oh, when you're laughing, the sun comes shining through. For once in my life, I have someone who needs me.
How about you, Arthur?
Yes.
Do you still think you're a star?
Well, Stevie Wonder, bro. Someone who needs me so bad.
The whole world smiles with you.
You can do You're Joker.
Look around. Look at all these people. I will no longer allow any of you to keep me down.
I got the sneaking suspicion that we're not giving the people what they want.
It's okay, baby. Let's give the people what they want.
Okay.
Sing hallelujah. Come on, get happy. Get ready for the judgment day.
Dude, I'm I'm gonna keep it a buck. You guys know I'm a DC fan. It's one of my worst characteristics about me. I'm gonna have to be on 24-hour surveillance if that movie sucks. I'm gonna be so heartbroken. I am gonna be so heartbroken if that movie sucks. Because every piece leading up to it, I've been like, okay, all right, I'm in. I'm in. And then I get like the real boner. And the real boner.
That's for cool.
Have you seen the Alien Romulus trailers?
Oh yeah, Romulus
The one
looks
from last
insane.
month is a top 20 trailer all time.
Romulus looks insane. Everything I've heard about Romulus is it's gonna hit. Everything behind closed doors about Romulus is good news. The real boner comes from if this second Joker movie is good. If this second Joker movie is good. And they finish that trilogy. And the third one has Batman in it. Give me Batman in that universe. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? They don't need Batman. Oh, come on, man. How can you not want Batman to show up in that? How can you not want Batman to show up in that? Favorite DC villain? Oh man. DC has a really good rogues gallery. I think DC has a better rogues gallery than Marvel,
2
like
years
up
of
and
love.
down, save probably Spider-Man's villains. Spider-Man has great villains. The rest of Marvel's villains are kind of like, best DC villain. Oh shit! Thank you for the 10 banger. Thank you so much. Dude, you know who doesn't get enough credit and hasn't had a really good appearance in forever is Lex Luthor. I actually really, really like Lex Luthor. And I think they should, if Joker has had all this success, I would love just a Lex movie where it's like about, Lex Luthor is such a good representation of like man's inability to trust, right? Like Lex Luthor's like, he is a villain because he is a ruthless businessman, sure. But his real villainy comes from the fact that he cannot accept that an alien has dominion over mankind. He cannot accept that he doesn't have control. And all of the evil things he does in the interest of serving, like he wants control. He wants control over his life. He doesn't want to be beholden to Superman. And I think they can investigate that in a really cool way. I also really like Deathstroke. I love me some Joker, obviously. Probably the greatest comic book villain ever.
cool.
Mr. Freeze is like so fucking deep and awesome and cool. And there's so much else going on there. I like the ventriloquist a lot. Who else kind of tickles my pickle? What is the sect of?
Cool.
Lex could solo the Justice League given enough time. He
Yeah.
would struggle with Superman though, most likely.
Who is the Lantern Corps guy that's like so insane and greedy? It's like the Orange Lantern. That guy goes crazy. No, not Sinestro.
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Did Jesse Eisenberg kill any chance of seeing Lex again?
I don't think so. I think you'll probably see Lex again eventually. Larfleeze, is that his name? I have not read any
Oh yeah, wow.
Green Lantern shit in
Love you,
forever.
will missed you so much.
Yeah, this
Having
guy,
severe
bro.
anxiety recently, and your
Kind of
distant
like the
community has been very
Smeagol
helpful and
villain.
comforting to me.
He's great.
Thanks, Will in chat.
Thank you so much. I just have always liked DC. I think some of those DC comics are so good, and some of those DC
Oh yeah,
animations
wow.
are so
That's
good.
very cool.
Thank you for the kind words, by the way. Will, it means so much that you're back. Best to you and the fam. I've been waiting to have your take on some pressing news. Jesus Christ. Let me see. Breaking news. Shot in 2021. Very recently. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Thanks for that. Breaking news. Sydney Sweeney from 2001. Dune prophecy trailer. Is this the Dune show? All right, this came out 5 days ago. Let me take a look.
The great houses and shape the flow of power. You must first exert power over yourself.
The more influence our sisterhood gains, the more enemies we make.
There was a time when you took my views seriously. Instead of allowing those sorceresses to woo you.
The sisterhood, they hide in your camp and do our thinking for us.
Our hands are poised on the levers of power, and yet our grasp on it is still fragile. I am trying to...
Okay, I'll say it straight up. I fucking love this dude. I've loved him since Vikings. Drinking from curved horns.
I am trying to protect the Imperium. Sacrifices must be made.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all in. I'm duned up. I'm on the Dune train. I'm duned out of my mind right now. So I'm excited for that. I never finished the Dune book, but is the show just kind of over-explaining the universe for movie fans? Over-explaining the universe? No. I don't think that is... I think here's the thing you have to realize. When you say over-explaining, I think that the risk that you face when you over-explain is typically when you're talking about fantasy. And I would argue that like even Star Wars is more a like fantasy piece than it is like pure science fiction, right? It has elements of fantasy in it. Dune is like hardline sci-fi. So like every fucking piece of that lore is mapped out to a like fan of trains level. You know what I mean? When I say a fan of trains, like a little neurodivergence there. And I think like if you're a fan of Dune, that kind of like the details, getting off into the weeds is like what really sells Dune for me. Like all of that cool, very well thought out lore of Dune is like what makes it alive. Yeah. So I don't think they really run a risk of over explaining Dune. I think Dune runs the risk of, let's just say in the latter books, it goes a little crazy. And I don't know if general audiences are ready for some of that shit that's coming later on. Right? Like a lot of the people that buy in now are not ready for what is coming. And when I say what is coming, I don't mean like next movie. I don't mean like the potential project after that. I mean like when they get to the end game of Dune, people are going to be like,
that's for cool.
What the fuck is that? Like, people are going to be upset, bro. People are going to be really fucking upset. Is all I can like describe it as. Why upset?
That's for cool.
I don't think they're ready for it, man. I just don't think it. I don't think that it'd be like if like Taylor Swift made like a fucking acid trance album next and it was good, right? Some people would be like, fuck yeah, this is good. And some other people would be like, what happened to like the screen door and the love songs? What is happening? Like the later Dune goes on, they just dial it up. Like everything that you're experiencing in the lore, he's kind of like, you know what?
Yeah, wow, that's for cool.
We're gonna go there. We're gonna fucking go. Yeah, we're gonna go there. And you, as the reader, you're kind of like, oh God, what? That's what I would say. I just think that people that are like buying into Timothée Chalamet.
Oh yeah, wow, that's for cool.
I don't know if they'll buy in later on. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe by then people will just be like, I fucking love it. Dune's also not a great read for a lot of people. It's hard to follow. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's
Dune is very like, a lot of it is like almost procedural. Like sometimes it feels like you're reading like almost like a sometimes it feels like you're reading an IKEA manual. There will be chapters where you're just like, okay, I think I'm building a futon right now.
Cool.
You know what I mean? Like it gets very trains. It gets very fan of trains. If Game of Thrones gets away with that much incest, Dune will be able to get away with anything by the time they get to book 4. Dude, okay, listen. Fucking your cousin is a little different than... I mean...
Oh yeah, wow, that's for cool.
Listen, we're just gonna leave it there. We're just gonna leave it there.
That's for cool.
Hi, we're glad to see you back. Much love.
Oh yeah, wow, that's for cool.
I.
Someone in chat.
Oh yeah, wow, that's
just
for cool.
Dude,
oh yeah, wow.
It got held by moderators. That's so funny. Hey, it's good to be back. Oh God. Did you watch Late Night with the Devil? It's right up your alley. I really enjoyed Late Night with the Devil. I did. I thought Late Night with the Devil was like a perfect little indie, contained, low budget, fun horror movie.
Bro, I need your opinion on Star Wars Acolyte. Is it hot trash or just Twitter?
I'm a stud.
I've not watched Acolyte yet.
We need a Will Neff and Tifa with Sydney Sweeney swimming. Hot tub stream collab. When?
Hi, yeah, Sydney Sweeney. Hi. Okay, yeah, this is my name is Will Neff. I'm a streamer you've never heard of. How would you like to get in a hot tub with my sex doll? The line's dead. Her phone must have died. What happened? It's so weird. Let me call her back. It's not ringing anymore. Thoughts on this casting? What? Batista as old Lex Luthor? My knee jerk is no, but I'm always impressed by Batista's acting. I'll admit that. I'm always impressed by Batista's acting. So, like, yeah, why not? Why fucking not? I would like to see him get some cool roles like that. Please, can you give us an enema stream? Oh my God. What the? No.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Honestly.
Honestly. Have you given your Long Legs review? Yeah, I'll do it again quick. I'm not going to give any spoilers because it's still a brand new movie, but I was underwhelmed, but I didn't dislike the movie. I'll say that. I enjoyed my film going experience. I give it probably like a 7.4 out of 10, but I thought it was going to be like a revelation. I thought I was going to go there and have my nips flicked, and they were only gently breathed on. You know what I mean? 7.4 is really high.
Wow, that's very cool.
No, it's not.
I'm a stud.
Oh, do you mean it's high for that movie? Maybe.
Hi Will, glad you're back. Do you have any merch updates for us?
Yeah, we're working on the last design. I don't know if I showed you guys last time the 2 designs that I have. You can tell me what you think. We're going to do these and then for something completely different, a 3rd design. Hold on. Here you go. These are the 2 designs we have right now. We have Scandinavian Metal Farley, and we have Bimbified Will Neff and Farley. And we're going to have one more design before it's all said and done. Any hot sauce updates? It's getting rough in the household. I mean, I feel really bad for you that you missed my return stream because we gave $1,000 of hot sauce away last night, and we sold out all the big bottles last night. I think there might still be some of the small bottles left on the website, but all the big bottles got bought in. Apparently, the big bottles went in like 4 minutes. But I gave away $1,000 worth of hot sauce last night for my return stream. So last night's stream was kind of quintessential Will Neff. I'm not gonna lie, it was a very good stream. When the fuck did you do that? What? During the stream last night. So many people got free bottles. Did you watch EVO or just not that interested in it? I watched like the highlights. I'm interested in EVO. I had to go to bed. I started streaming at 6 p.m. I thought we had something. Listen, I'm doing my best. Will Neff, the pod is not doing without you. The big guy and the gay and the white woman need you.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Welcome back, Lord Neff.
The big one, the gay one, and the white woman? Dude, those are my friends. Don't reduce them like that. At least call them the himbo, the diva, and the mentally ill one. Oh shit. No, I've missed them so much. I've missed them a ton, and I'm excited to get back to doing it. You know what? I'll be honest. Here's why the pod needs me. It's not because I'm like
That's for cool.
the most talented of the three or anything like that. It's because I'm the glue. You know what I mean? They're all so talented and so funny, but they just need me to be the glue, right? I'm the point guard, okay? I'm the one that kind of strings together the threads, which is crazy because I'm the most ADHD of all of them. But I just sit there like an old school, what do they call them? Receptionist or like wire, you know what I mean? I'm just like plugging in switchboard operator. I miss America Me Up.
Wow,
yes.
That's for cool.
I'm bringing it back.
Stream, vibes high.
Thank you.
Nothing but rubber to burn. Glad to have you back.
What was that second one?
That's for cool.
You're the best content creator on the platform.
Thank you so much. You're the Steve Nash. I'll take that. I just need to hear wet bitch again. She's definitely getting called a wet bitch. And I'm going to tell you why. She was supposed to get on a plane. And I still have that $10,000 bet with Austin's show. $10,000. And all she needs to do is fly.
Oh yeah, wow.
And
That's
she
cool.
messaged me in Michigan. And she's like, yeah, I'm at the family reunion. And I'm like, oh, you are?
Casting.
And there was like a long pause and she's like, I drove. And I was like, fuck. You wet bitch.
Oh yeah, wow. That's for cool.
Ayo, so glad we back.
What's wrong with your face, man? Why do you look caramelized?
To have you back, my king of late night. Will you be playing college football 20?
Brother, this is called a tan. Holy shit. Turn your computer off, bro. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, wow. That's for cool.
Did this man just say caramelized? I was out in the sun, sir. A Twitch chatter experiencing a tan for the first time is actually incredible. What is going on? Is he doing really weak blackface? What is happening?
Oh yeah, wow. That's for
The
cool.
fuck? No, I was out in the sun a lot in Michigan. And I usually don't tan, but I got so much sun that
You
I
touched grass?
This is
Oh, yeah,
the ginger
wow.
tan
That's for
right here.
cool.
This is what you get for touching grass.
Yeah, this is what you get. Hey, Will, I hope all is well with you and your fam. I just got home from work after getting a call that my mother had passed away. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I really didn't have any family or anything to talk to about it. Think I'm just kind of in shock right now. Love you, man, and thanks for entertaining us. That's so tough. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope my caramelized face brings you some solace in this time of need. I don't know. That's tough. I'm sorry to hear that. Losing loved ones is brutal. Tough. Sorry for you. Will, you look like a roasted carrot. Okay, that's a good transition. Thank you for that.
Glad to have you back.
Thank you.
Love the tan wobby look.
Thank you for that. Saying I look like a roast carrot.
I'm a stud.
Ballsy.
I don't take no shit from
Yes.
And our chef's special tonight, a lightly pansied Will Neff.
Bro, what's wrong? You look caramelized. Will, I'm liking the long hair. Yeah, I'm flowing for sure right now. I'm just letting it go. I'm going full dirty man. Please don't act like you stream a lot. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. I'm sorry I was gone. Before break, you did stream a lot. I know, but streaming is all about what you've done for me lately. It's all about what you've done for me lately. I discovered a superhero you'd be
Listen,
perfect
Miles, it is a
for.
busy day, all right? I don't know who you
Welcome
are,
back
but
yet again.
What is this? Snowflame's totally normal superpower?
surrender now, and I promise to be...
Oh, you don't know who I am. With what level of pain should I tell you? I am Snowflame, and allow the white lightning to traverse my fist through you, man of steel.
Right, all right, that's a Snowflame. Like I was just... Wait, what is that?
Cocaine is my lord and savior, and I am the devoted acolyte of its divine blessing.
What does that mean?
Yes! Pure cocaine running through my veins. Give me your power. May the battles of the gods finally commence.
You okay there, champ?
What's the matter, Superman? Never faced an equal match before? Well, don't worry, as my power now even surpasses your own.
Great Scott! You truly are a formidable adversary!
Jesus Christ.
Well, another sacrifice on the altar of speed. And by speed, I mean cocaine.
And you said you just took one hit? Swear to God. Yeah, there's gotta be something else in that.
Careful, old chum! Not even Kryptonite has hurt me this badly. He's even drawn blood.
I think my nose is bleeding. Am I high?
Face it, worms! The overwhelming power of cocaine is too much for even you super duds. Prepare to burn to a crisp with the same attack that destroyed the new Guardians. My earth-shattering Snowflame blast! What?
Oh, look, he's back.
Hey, buddy. How you feeling? Yeah, okay. Well, listen, you took quite the spell back there. I'm honestly unsure how you're still able to make sounds. Your brain was so fried.
Bogeen, my one weakness. My powers have left me.
Hey, Tom, why are you still with us? You should know that we ran some tests, and you don't have any powers.
Blasphemy.
Stamina, feeling super strong. That's just cocaine. That's the effect of cocaine. You've just done, and I mean, seriously, you've done a lot. Like I'm surprised you're conscious at all right now.
Just like Superman's kryptonite.
No, I actually have superpowers. Please don't start a rumor like that. But luckily, the doctor told us that so long as you stay here for a bit, you should be on the road to recovery. I'll even stop by
Wait,
here and there.
Snowflame is actually in the comics?
What was that?
What, did he bite
What, you
something?
think like a cyanide capsule?
It was cocaine, you fool! To rob me of cocaine is akin to robbing God's love from this world. With my power born anew, all shall come to fear the name Snowflame.
Oh, God!
Just for the record, I knew he had that on.
What?
I knew.
What are you trying to prove?
I do.
This video is brought to you by
Snowflame? Is he actually a cocaine-powered? I am Snowflame. Every cell of my being burns with white-hot ecstasy. Cocaine is my god, and I am the human instrument of its will? What?
I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Hello, Mr. Caramel Apple Neff. Seriously glad to have you back. Told my dad you spent the time in Michigan playing pickleball. Then noticed he got really sad. Then I caught it. Said no pickleball, not tickleball. He just misses you a lot.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm sorry. Snowflame is capable of granting himself superhuman strength, speed, and immunity to pain, pyrokinesis, and the ability to give his targets an instant contact high by inhaling cocaine? This is real?
Cool.
Oh my god. Dude, Snowflame is kick ass, bro. Snowflame toured with Fleetwood Mac in the 80s, bro.
Hey now.
Hey now. How did that make it into the comics? What the fuck? I seriously do a lot of cocaine. Eggs in movies. Identify the films? Oh, this is hard. This is hard. All I can see is the eggs, and I have to say what movie it is?
Here, from Nevada, Colorado, all the way up.
Oh, man. I don't know what this first one is.
The caramel makeup really makes your red hair pop.
Oh, thank you. I wonder if I can get any of these. Oh, that one's easy. That one's like Murder on the Orient Express or one of those. Oh, fuck. Toad in a Hole. Ratatouille. That's Rocky. That's The Replacements. This is Twister, I'm pretty sure. I don't know that. Oh, is this Darkman? This is Darkman. I think that was Midsummer, maybe? Deadpool? Oh, it's Deadpool. Fuck. Oh, that's Howl's Moving Castle, right? This is one of the hardest movie. This one is HUD. That one's Ghostbusters, right? Oh, God. Dude, this is one of the hardest, like, movie. It's just all eggs. Was that Fury?
A Welsh rabbit
Phantom Thread?
with a poached steak on top, please. Not too runny.
That, my friends, is what makes it fluffy.
Oh, what the fuck?
I should even know what kind of eggs you like.
Anger management.
Well, we can use that part.
What a weird highlight reel that was. Now I'm just hungry for eggs. Now I just want eggs. Big egg cut that. All right, I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back.
Do not come.
Stop coming. All right, what else is going on, gang? What else are you guys up to? This ain't no party. This ain't no disco. Do you think this could work if it turns out true or be a complete miscast? Glenn Powell has started following both James Gunn and Andy this guy. Do we have our potential star for Batman, the Brave and the Bold? Interesting. Internet sleuths go crazy, though. He'd be a good Bruce. I've liked him in stuff he's been in recently.
CMU Dynasty win?
CMU Dynasty coming soon. I'm excited for that CMU Dynasty. Wait, did I find out that there's no NCAA on Steam and there will never be a PC port of it? It's only going to be a console game? Because in that case, what the fuck? That's so dumb. Why not Edward Pattinson again? You mean Robert Pattinson? Because that's a different film universe. Batman the Brave and the Bold is going to be different than the Batman. They're two different incarnations. And I honestly, I think it's very smart what DC is doing. Essentially, instead of doing what Marvel is like, trying to play catch up with Marvel and being like, oh God, we have to have one giant cinematic universe. They're basically like splitting all their projects into different categories and allowing them to exist independently of one another. What do you think about the Joker sequel? We watched the new trailer in the stream today, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm excited. It looks good. I'm excited. New Cuckoo trailer. Okay, I saw this in the theater today. I hate to get my hopes up for horror movies, but the new Cuckoo trailer also looks fucking great. I just got my hopes up for Longlegs, but
Please let me in right now! Please let me in!
BTY, thank you.
I'm police investigator Henry Lando. I'd like to ask you a few questions about the incident. I need you to help me find that woman.
But fuck yeah. Throw a jazz flute in a horror movie? Why not?
What was your first day, my dear?
Not good.
The closer you come to where we are now, the amount of people that have encountered the woman increases.
When are we gonna see some action?
Why did you bring us here?
You are here because your family belongs here.
That's a fucking weird way to put it.
Feels so good.
I need you to come to me now, my angel.
Watch out! What did she want from me?
If I were you, I wouldn't want to get hurt even more.
Yeah, I'm all in. I'm ready. I'm ready for some new horror. Long Legs, I got very excited, and maybe I was wrong, but I don't know. I'll give it a try. When is the art doll date as promised? You guys never hit the sub goal. Sorry, losers. No, listen. I'm probably not going to do an art doll date. Maybe I will.
6 figures.
Maybe I'll do it. For funsies.
Neff.
But I have something else in mind that will take a while to come to fruition, but I'm working on it. 10K was a bit high. Yeah, because I don't want to go on a fucking date with a sex doll. Right from the beginning, I was like, I don't want to do this. And you're never going to hit this goal. And you guys are all like, yes, we will. Well, did you see Maxine? I haven't seen Maxine yet. Did you already review Longlegs? I did twice. It was good, not great, little let down, but didn't hate it. Thoughts on, I can never say his name. I feel so bad. I need the phonetic pronunciation.
Kumail.
Kumail. Is that, I feel like that's not how you pronounce it.
Kumail.
Kumail? Thoughts on Kumail as Booster Gold? I said it yesterday. I don't get it. I don't get the casting, but I didn't see him read for the role. So, like, maybe Gunn has a vision for Booster that I, like, don't know, or, you know, he's going in a different direction with the character. It's not confirmed yet. I feel like it's probably a pretty good chance that he is going to be that character. He's funny as fuck. Right. And this is what I said yesterday, is basically I think to someone who doesn't really know Booster Gold, he has all of like the characteristics you would want for like a funny superhero. But oh, thank you guys. Thank you for the raid. Seer. Whoa. I think he's plenty funny. I think he's a great stand-up. Someone said he's not a very good actor. I think he's a great actor. I thought he was excellent in The Big Sick. But for me, like, my heart was so set on Thad fucking Castle. I thought this dude is literally perfect for Booster Gold. Thad Castle is Booster Gold. Like a lovable idiot with such a huge ego. Like that is kind of, also, I feel like in this rare instance, like Booster Gold smacks to me so much of like listen, I'm not the type of person who minds gender flipping or race flipping of characters at all. But Booster is interesting because he's such like the red-blooded American egoist representation of like capitalism boiling over, that I kind of want him to be like a red-blooded American dude in this instance. But we'll see. We'll see how the character pans out. I'm not gonna shit all over it, but just like from a knee-jerk react, because I haven't seen the film and we don't know if it's real and we don't know what direction they're going in. But you know, I hope it's good because I love Booster Gold. You want to be a white guy? That's fine. It's not like a white guy thing. It's like, it's like, yeah, I think he should be a white guy. I'm just kidding. I think you could have probably a black dude play him as well. For sure. I don't think that would bother me at all. I think ultimately, though, he needs to like smack of being like so American, if that makes any sense. Terry Crews is a perfect example. Terry Crews would have made a perfect Booster Gold, if that makes any sense. Do you get what I'm saying? Like an Apollo Creed. Yeah, he's got to be like a douchebag. And I just don't know if Kumail can play like I'm a total fucking asshole. Kumail is so endearing in his mannerisms and his behavior. I don't know. He got jacked. Listen, guys, here's the thing. I disagreed with Heath Ledger being cast as the Joker when it first happened because Heath Ledger was totally against type, right? I had only seen him in 10 Things I Hate About You, and then Heath Ledger puts on one of the great performances of all time. So I'll say the same thing I said yesterday. Me reacting to any casting is knee-jerk. We don't know how it's going to turn out. We don't know what the read for the character looked like. We don't know what Gunn was looking for. We don't know the vision for the film. And ultimately, he might be the perfect casting if the film is good, right? So all I can give you is my knee-jerk take. And if you gave me a list of 100 actors in Hollywood right now and told me to pick my top 30, Kumail would just not be on that list. That's all I'm saying right now. But he might crush it because he's a good actor and he's funny. So who knows? Austin Butler for Dune 2. That's another perfect example. James Gunn can pick literally anyone he wants. Yeah, in Gunn I believe. Yeah, I watched comedy last night with Kumail in 2016 and my God, he's changed a lot. Well, he did steroids. Like, let's just call it what it is. Like, my man did a cycle. Like, straight up. My man did and does steroids. That is one thing that I like. One thing that we're like in Hollywood, I wish people would be more honest about that shit. Because I think a lot of people get super discouraged in the gym when like they see a Kumail go in and get absolutely fucking throttled out of his skull. And they're like, why don't I look like this? Because he's like, no, I didn't do steroids. I fixed my diet. Bro, come on. The fuck out of here. It's okay. You did steroids. You're an actor. Your job is to look good. Your job is to look good sometimes. So you did steroids. It's fine. Rob McElhenney's very open about it. Yeah, which is awesome of him to be like, you can't look like this. You cannot look like this. Don't try and look like this. Fixed his diet to steroids only? Yeah, dude. He's not just... Kumail admitted it? Really? What? I never heard that. I don't think he admitted it first. I do not see this coming up anywhere. I do not see, like, I just Googled it and I don't see any article or anything saying that he admitted he did cycles. People reaffirm my darkest thoughts. People reaffirm my darkest thoughts.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Glad you're back, less than 3.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Thank you for making my lonely nights a little more fun.
What the hell? He was limiting calorie consumption? This is not saying you did steroids. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, wow.
This was the smoking gun that he admitted he did steroids?
Oh yeah, wow. That's very cool.
Glad to have you back. Hope all is well, 07.
I don't think he did.
Oh yeah, wow. That's very cool.
He might have. I don't know.
Oh yeah, wow. That's very cool.
HGH maybe? Can I be honest? He did it all. My bro was on test. My bro was on HGH.
Wow, cool.
And my bro was probably on Tren. Testosterone, Tren, and HGH. He was hitting it hard. Because here's the thing.
Oh, yeah, wow,
he didn't just get big.
Can a Norwegian man
He
enter
got
the United States?
fucking
No,
big.
Good to have you back.
And he didn't just get big over a long period of time. He got big in like a year. And he didn't just get big in his like early 20s. He's like near 40. He's like, how old is he? He's like 40, right? Yeah, he was like 43 when he did this. So it's like, bro, a 43-year-old just turned into the Incredible Hulk by limiting his calories? Come on, stop. Listen, I'm going to be very honest with you guys. More athletes, more actors, more people than you think are doing supplements like that, right? And ultimately, it is your decision whether you want to potentially risk your health to do something you want to do. I am not going to encourage you to do steroids, but I'm not also going to be like, steroids will kill you.
Remy Libro
Right? There is probably a pretty medium ground on steroids that if you do them while monitoring your blood and all that kind of other shit. So, I don't know. Do you think LeBron juices? Probably not. Self-report? I wish I did steroids. I'd look way better than this. I'll be honest. If I ever do steroids, I mean, I told you guys I did HGH in college when I played college rugby. I did HGH to fix my fucking knee, and it worked. And I got big. I got really fucking big. But like since then, I haven't. But if I cycle again, I'll tell you guys. I will have no shame about that. I tell you guys I do drugs. I'm always like, yeah, I did some mushrooms, you know. I'll let you guys know. The life you want is one needle away.
Oh yeah, wow. That's very cool.
I don't know. I just think you just have to treat drugs with so much respect, guys. If I was ever to do steroids, I wouldn't just fuck around and buy them from a dude at the gym and jam them in my ass and be like, all right, let's fucking do this. Like I would treat them with a lot of respect.
Wow, that's
banned
cool.
for what? Doing a legal drug in psilocybin? Buddy, mushrooms are legal in my state. This guy smoked reefers? Oh shit, dude. Yo, this guy's smoking reefers, bro. You guys, he's smoking jazz cigarettes. You're going to hell?
Oh, that's
for what?
Eat clean.
Wait, why am I going to hell?
Never give up.
What the
Test your
fuck?
limits. Demolish your haters. Always win and
Wait a minute.
Oh yeah, wow.
For mushrooms?
Cool.
I didn't know God was anti-mushrooms. Listen, don't kill, okay? don't fucking disrespect your parents. That's a big one. Also, no party drugs. I'm very adamant about this, okay? I gave you the amount of happiness you can have, and if you fuck around with that, I'm gonna be pissed. It's the 11th commandment. I'm throwing it in there, okay? And for some reason, alcohol's fine, okay? You can drink my blood. My blood is totally fucking, it'll fuck you up. If you drink enough of my blood, it will fuck you up, okay? That's a loophole. That's a loophole I'm going to put in there. You can drink my blood, and I'm plastered. So you can basically, you know, get wasted doing that. But don't fucking do it on your own. God, that's not going to fit on the tablet. Really? How many are we at? Well, we have 10 on there, but the 11th one, it was just really, you got very specific about your blood. Fuck.
I'm a stud.
Shit.
I'm ballsy.
Which one can we lose?
Shit from anyone.
Oh my god. We'll smoke the marijuanas.
No, listen, I mean, I think people in chat are just being funny, but listen, I am transparent about my mushroom use because I am someone who's struggled with really intense depression. And so I use psilocybin like with a lot of respect. I use it with a lot of respect and I treat it like a medicine, really. And I'm not encouraging you to run out there and just use mushrooms. I don't think that is how you should address them. I don't think that's how you should approach them. But if you're like me and you went through every other form of help and you were really looking for, you were desperate to amend the way that you looked at the world, I don't think mushrooms are the worst option after you exhaust everything else. And that's always what I tell my chat. I've lost too many of my friends to suicide. I lost another friend like 2 months ago to suicide, and it's brutal. So take care of your head, do what you can, exhaust all the normal avenues first, but afterward, try some of the less traditional ones. That's why I'm so candid about that, because I think if you lie about that shit, you just create a stigma and you fuck people up more than if you're just honest. Normal is in prescriptions. Normal is in everything. Therapy, exercise, organization. And then if you are prescribed it after you have exhausted all those other options, you can try antidepressants. You know what I mean? I think you should probably try that first if you're really going down that tier list. But I in my experience, a lot of those antidepressants were way more bruxism on my system than was the psilocybin. Fuck. Whoa. Did you see the final trailer for Romulus? When did that come out?
Are you sure you want to do this?
5 days ago? Fuck it. Let's take a look. I'm aliened up. You're so good looking. No, I'm not. I look like if one of the dwarfs from Lord of the Rings was born at a normal height. I feel like that's what I look like. With just very slight makeup, I could play a really good dwarf. You know what I mean? And my axe.
Are you sure you want to do this?
For your drug fund.
There she is.
Thank you.
You want to break in and steal highly regulated equipment.
This could be our only ticket out of here. Should be in and out in 30 minutes.
Itto megawatt. Oh, fuck! Oh, dude.
Welcome to the Romulus space station.
Please be good. Please be good. Please be good.
This place gives me the creeps. What the hell is this?
I don't know.
I need more pee.
The fuck was that?
Oh, you're gonna get your face hugged.
Young?
Stop playing around, man. Just get up.
I'm not playing around. There's something in the water.
What do you mean there's something in the water?
I don't know. There's just something in the fucking water.
That's very cool.
Thank you, Higsby. Oh, fuck. Oh, no! Dude, did you see it fucked his mouth? Oh, my God, dude. What's her Instagram? Holy shit.
Run.
Oh, God.
Are you alright?
Tomorrow. I don't know what to
Whatever comes, we'll face it together.
Let's go.
Impact event in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're so back. We're so back. Can we watch the Cuckoo trailer together? We already watched it tonight. Sorry, you missed it. We are so back. I'm all in. I'm all in on Romulus. I'm so in. I'm so dialed. I'm so in on Romulus. It is crazy. Prometheus was okay. Covenant was bad. And now I'm like, give me that Alien 1 and 2, baby. Give me that Alien 1 and 2. Give me Alien and Aliens, you know? Have you seen the dress-up game in Roblox? I've seen people playing it. It looks cunty. It looks fun. I'd love to give it a dance. Imagine if they evolved to hug buttholes. Dude, what is... What the hell?
Wow, that's very cool.
I'm playing Cataclysmo, and it's so good if you like tower defense games. I haven't even heard of Cataclysmo. What is Cataclysmo? Okay. I hate that shit.
They broke us once, but I see no broken souls today.
Oh.
People carved from stone. And with this stone, we will rebuild.
Oh. Wait, this looks so good. This is a no for me, dog? What? Wait, this looks so fun.
Crawl out of this calamity. These lambs need to toughen up.
I feel like that's the type of
Digital
game
Sun's previous outing.
where you smoke a bunch of weed, put on the fucking music from Helm's Deep, and just zone out. Looks a little too neurodivergent for me. Okay, they didn't say that. They said the other thing. But hey, you know, I'm a little neurodivergent myself. I dabble in divergent neurons. I might play that later. What else is going on? What else am I reacting to, damn it? New A24 Sebastian Stan movie.
I know you.
A different man? Oh, I've seen the trailer for this. I've seen the trailer for that too. We watched the trailer for that once upon a time. I don't know if it's a new trailer. Yeah, this is a new trailer. I don't, maybe I read about that project. I don't know. Emma Roberts on Madam Web. Is this new? Emma Roberts says Madam Web would have turned better if everybody didn't meme on it. If it wasn't for internet culture and everything being made into a joke, I think the reception would have been different. And that's what burns me out about a lot of stuff. Even stuff I've done is people just make such a joke out of everything now. No, that's an insane take. If only they didn't make fun of it, everybody would have loved it. Like one kid could have walked forward and been like, wait, give it a chance. Wait. Give it a chance. Let it cook. And then everybody loved it. Did we talk about the boys finale? No, I didn't talk about the boys finale yet.
You're awesome, man. Keep it up.
Thank you. What a nice thing to say. We didn't talk about the boys trailer yet because it just happened and I don't want to ruin it for anybody. I don't want to spoil. I think we'll talk about that later. Angerfoot? What is this game? Holy shit. That game is fucking dialed, bro. Jesus Christ. Capcom just released this game. It's a hybrid hack and slash tower game. Yo, this looks weird. I do not even understand how this works. It's so fun. Shit. Have you played Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance? Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance. Let me see if I can type Shin Megami Tensei. What is Shin Megami? What is this? Sexual themes.
I'm afraid Tokyo experienced its own peculiar occurrence while you were away. I'll be counting on you to gather more intel on the matter.
I suspect it to be trouble.
Look out! Let's kill this thing.
Think you can just fly in and be a hero?
If it wasn't for you, my brother would never have been dragged into this war. You're not.
Yeah, wait, it's Persona. What the hell?
Alone. If you
Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance. Pokemon with demons? Wow, that sounds kind of good. I'm going to be honest. All I've been playing recently is Binding of Isaac. All I've been playing recently is Binding of Isaac. Okay? Every time I buy new games, I just always go back and play Binding of Isaac. And I've finally almost unlocked everything. I'm there. I'm finally on the tainted characters, which took forever. Dude, Mother is such a hard boss. Oh my God. What the hell? That boss is so hard. Have you played Peglin? I beat Peglin. Wake is hooked on all those stupid Wordle type games, and now you on Isaac. Northern Lion is poisoning all of you. No, I've been on Isaac for a minute, dude. This is the game I think you should play. Okay. Arctic eggs? This game slaps?
That's for cool.
Good to see ya.
Arctic eggs? I usually listen to all recommendations from Haas, but I don't know. Have you ever played Peggle? Love Peggle. It's such a vibe. Not for you, brother. Someone said, nah, he can't. This old boomer ass can't handle that.
Okay.
Someone literally said, yo, this old boomer ass can't handle that shit. He ain't ready for that. Ever play Enter the Gungeon? Yeah, Enter the Gungeon is good. Isaac is just the best. It's just the best. It's just so good. Isaac is just so good. Glenn Powell says, my belief is there's no problem facing Hollywood that can't be solved by a really good movie. One of the things I've realized recently is that when studios say a genre is dead, all it means is there's a huge opportunity because the market is not being served. Kind of a base take from Glenn. Listen, the one thing I would say is movies, Hollywood is going to be okay.
3 years and some
movies are going to be okay. The thing that I am worried about is movie theaters. I am still very worried about movie theaters and how many theaters will exist in a decade. I think that's going to be a very different reality we are living in 10 years from now. But yeah, people are always going to watch movies. They're just going to watch them on their left monitor while they do other shit. I don't like theaters outside of IMAX. You watch everything in IMAX? That's so deranged, dude. Yeah, bro, I loved Call Me By Your Name. I watched it in IMAX. So fucking crazy. Wow! Did you watch Zone of Interest? Yeah, I watched it in IMAX. I watched it in 4XD. They piped the smell of Theresienstadt into the fucking theater. Some movies they are not meant to be watched on an IMAX screen. I'm sorry. Certain film cannot be watched in IMAX. You just can't. There are some movies that are perfect for IMAX. Twisters, perfect movie for IMAX. I am going to watch Twisters in IMAX. Why? Because I want to watch Big Wind. Okay? I want to see all that crazy shit happen on the big screen. But certain shit, I'm just like, no. I'm not going to watch Collateral or Anatomy of a Fall.
Oh yeah, wow, that's
in fucking IMAX.
Fucking cooks as hard as Twisters in 4DX.
Yeah, I'm ready for it. I'm
a stud.
Yes.
I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Challengers was made to be watched in IMAX sitting between two strangers.
Just watching a devil's three-way in IMAX with with a stranger on both sides of you. Like as the dicks come out, you're kind of like, you guys watching this shit? It's kind of fucking crazy. Oh God. Just adding that level of discomfort. God in heaven. Failure to launch in IMAX. Found this old video of you on TikTok. I'm almost guaranteed this isn't. I did do this in the Street Fighter tournament.
Reigning Intercontinental Heavyweight Champ will be defending against an angry and a bitter Macho Man Randy Savage. Not passive to begin with, but I would imagine you are one angry individual right now.
The spectrum is gonna be on fire. Everybody get on your ear, right foot back.
Yes.
True story. Saw Killers of the Flower Moon in IMAX on a first date with a girl.
No, dude. Oh my God. That is the worst.
Be ready, yeah. Music.
That's like Schindler's List in IMAX. Good God.
And don't plan your future too far in advance. Future in the World Wrestling Federation is coming to an end on that fateful night of November the 7th. Let the planes fly by. I could grab it out of the sky right now, but oh my aggression to you, honky tonk man, yeah. Don't buy any unripe bananas, yeah, because you won't live to eat them, yeah. I'm Gene Oakland, yeah. You know what wavelength I'm on right now, don't you?
Why don't you tell him what you told me just before we went on the air to conduct this interview?
Yeah, rather let you do it, Mean Gene. Macho Man the style. Tell him what I said.
You told me to tell Jimmy Hart not to buy any winter clothes. What does that mean?
The future is not bright. No, November is the of brotherly love. Let that
the future is not bright.
Oh, man, that's one half of the mega powers. Do it. Sting on you, man, yeah.
All right.
Dude, he and the Ultimate Warrior both had this thing where they, like, would really use the space. They wouldn't look at the camera. They would do, like, these kind of things where they'd be like, oh, yeah, you gotta tell him, you know, you gotta, don't plan for your daughter's quinceañera because you're not gonna make it that long, brother. You're gonna fucking... You gotta stop planning for the future. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. It's just such an insane way to give an interview. Macho was the greatest promo guy. Macho was very good. Ultimate Warrior was pretty good too, but it was like it was like listening to Charles Manson. Like, it was just the ramblings of a totally insane person. Assume the controls, Hulk Hogan. Ask not, the pilot why they have died, because they've already made the ultimate sacrifice. The spirits of the warrior. It's like, what the fuck is he saying? Is he talking about doing terrorism with a plane? What the fuck? Dusty Rhodes, honorable mention. Really good, yeah. You sound like you're evolving. That's how he did it. For those of you who don't know, this is the promo I'm referencing. Kogan. Starts facing the wrong way.
Have a question to answer your question. As you, Hulk Hogan, travel to WrestleMania by conventional means, the normals you travel with experience malfunctions. As you realize all that is left is total self-destruction, do you, Hulk Hogan, show self-pity? Do you, Hulk Hogan, try to reason why?
Bro, even Miyazaki is like, I don't get the lore. I don't get the lore. What is he talking about? Is he talking about a plane, or is this a meta? I don't know.
You, Hulk Hogan, try and comfort the normals that
Do you
have you.
remember playing Dystopica on stream? The full version is out now, and I'd love to give you a download code.
Oh,
Please
for
run a
sure.
city builder to jog your memory.
Yeah, no, for sure. Can we do it maybe tomorrow? I wanted to maybe react to some stuff and then maybe play that egg game and then maybe play that tower defense. I don't know.
Even more.
I do want to watch the rest of this first.
More fear than you. Or do you, Hulk Hogan?
I don't take no shit from anyone.
Yes.
In honor of Twisters, have you ever seen the Twister special effects show in Universal Orlando?
No, that sounds awesome though. I want to go to that.
Kick the doors out.
Movie night? Movie night's tomorrow.
Kick the cockpit door down.
He's literally talking about doing terrorism.
Take the two pilots that have already made the sacrifice so that you can face this challenge. Dispose of them, Hulk Hogan. Assume the controls, Hulk Hogan.
Put the blade into a donut.
Shove that control into a nosedive, Hulk Hogan. Push yourself to total self-destruction. As you realize, Hulk Hogan, you are about to enter a world close to parts unknown. Oh, smell it, warriors. Do you, Hulk Hogan, look for a place to hide? Or do you, Hulk Hogan, face that challenge that may be more powerful than even you are, Hulk Hogan? You, Hulk Hogan, must self-destruct so that you will know, Hulk Hogan, who is the chosen one. For Hulk Hogan, I am not the chosen one. that you speak of, I am not. I, Hulk Hogan, am the only one.
Bro, listen. I love that what he told Hulk Hogan to do.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
Geez, man, I just asked where the bathroom was.
Yeah, exactly. He tells Hulk Hogan that he should hijack the plane that he's on his way to WrestleMania and crash it so that he doesn't have to wrestle him. That is the spark notes there. But though it's just unbelievably insane. The way that he, like, I think he was trying to do what Macho Man did, where he's like, oh yeah, don't buy any unripe bananas because you might die before you get to enjoy them. Oh yeah. But he just, like, is on so much cocaine. He's like, put the plane into a nosedive. Hulk Hogan. So good. Man. Now that's entertainment, baby. You deserve a slarm jarm for that Macho Man impression. Yeah, Macho Man's a great one to do an impression of. Listen, you guys know what I know. Hulk Hogan died on the Rapture, or not Hulk Hogan. Macho Man died on the Rapture, and he's the reason that we didn't melt down. He's the reason that the world didn't end. He went up to heaven and fought the eternal battle that we were supposed to. I don't know if you guys know that, but on like the predicted rapture date, he died. And he went up and he wrestled for our sins. And I choose to believe that. And that's called faith. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. We have to react to some stuff. Okay. It is where we had some of our life-size Deadpool and Wolverine. Oh shit. It's where we started a lot of our content, boys and girls. But I don't know to what we should react next. I think we have another season of Survivoroni back-pocketed at this point. Porn reacts? Dude, let's fucking do it. I think my soul is ready for another season of Aussie Survivor.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very
We
cool.
also have Survivor New Zealand and
the time
South
off, brother.
Africa. Survivor New Zealand sounds hilarious. Hey, brother.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
By new reality show, I mean something like 10 years ago plus. Yeah. Did we finish Alone? I believe we did. Didn't we? I thought we did. It was kind of an underwhelming season. Can we watch the entire Jim Baker discography? Okay, Marsh, listen. I don't know how you're going to go and say something so fucking based right now. And I do want to watch some Jim Baker right now.
Just encourage you guys, whatever that amount is that you want to give, God said, same word.
It is, yeah. So I couldn't say 6. It was like a dear little boy. He's dying.
Is this a show he put on that he's not in? Where is some Jim Baker?
This is what Jim Baker had to say on Nightline last night.
I'm convinced that they came here with the motive to steal Heritage USA and my ministry. I'm convinced of that, yes.
This is what Jerry Falwell had to say at a news conference today.
He needs to come clean about Jessica Hahn and repent. He needs to acknowledge these homosexual problems dating back from 1956 to the present time as they've been alleged to us. And he needs to return the millions of dollars.
Good evening. I'm Ted Koppel.
What homosexual problems?
This is Nightline. Tonight, Jim and Tammy Faye.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
Sorry for the interruption, Will, but
Yes.
did you just say Macho Man was the second coming of Christ?
No, he's not the second coming of Christ. He died on the day of the rapture and prevented the rapture from coming. So I believe there's art of this. I believe there is some artwork that was done. Yeah, here you go. So this is what happened. As I choose to believe in my own headcanon and in my own faith, here is a dramatic depiction of what happened on the rapture. So here is Jesus Christ about to, undo the fabric of reality. And then from the top rope, the Macho Man comes in. Oh, yeah, he says, listen, Jesus, you better stop. Life on Earth is going to continue. Oh, yeah. And that's how it happened.
I've made up my mind. The government will never take the freedom from us if I have to die.
Wait, is this a whole? Is this a whole recap?
Stars of American televangelism. They beamed a message of faith and prosperity into millions of living rooms every night. They promised their viewers heavenly rewards and earthly riches if they would just donate to them, and they donated en masse. Together, Jim and Tammy Faye built an empire of $240 million.
Oh!
They purchased 3 homes, owned multiple cars and limos, spent $2,000 a month on electricity to heat their swimming pools, and even built a giant Christian theme park to rival Disney. But their life of excess was destined for destruction when a series of financial misdeeds and personal transgressions dramatically unraveled on the same screens that had cast them into the spotlight. Scandals involving a young babysitter, embezzlement, a Christian pimp, and
a Christian pimp?
Much more. This
a pimp named Slickback. You got to say the whole thing.
Is a story of lust, crime, money, and pimpin' for Jesus.
Pimpin' for Jesus? Why? Honestly, who is interested in this? Because we can come back to this. We can do an episode of Survivor and come back to this, or we can watch this. I am going to pull it.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
Because I am a benevolent. I am a benevolent streamer. I will pull it. If you want to watch an episode of Survivor, make that an option. And vote for it. Or if you want to watch this, vote for it. This is Democracy Manifest. Unhand my penis. I'm gonna go work on some food. Your vote counts. When I come back, the decision will be made. Choose now. All right. Jim Baker doc. Dude, pimping for Jesus. Let's go.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Is the story of Jim and Tammy Faye.
By the way, leftist ass turnout. Leftist ass turnout.
Can you react to the TikTok lady that made a life-size Deadpool and Wolverine cake in the Dirty Dancing pose?
What?
Baker and the mighty fall of their televangelism empire.
Oh, I'm so excited for this.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Before we begin, a quick note from the sponsor of this video,
God.
June's Journey. June's Journey is
check out June's Journey.
But in the 1940s, sock hops were all the rage. Sock hops were started by the American Junior Red Cross to raise funds during World War II. Usually held in a gymnasium or cafeteria, people would come out and remove their shoes to protect the varnished floor, hence the name. Sometimes there was a live band, but most of the time...
Ethical reacting. Yes, let's do some ethical reacting. Not the good girl. Subscribing. You guys should subscribe too. This is from Not the Good Girl. It's a long-ass video doc. Subscribe. Ethical reaction.
A DJ would put on a vinyl record, and a bunch of shoeless people would dance the night away. Young people had so much fun that they continued doing it long after the war ended. And behind one of those DJ booths was a high schooler named Jim Baker. Jim wasn't supposed to be drinking or dancing as it was forbidden by his parents. But he couldn't stay away. It was through DJing at local sock hops that he fell in love with performing.
Sock hops, dude. Yeah, what was going on in the 50s? Why did everything sound so whimsical? What, you know? Oh, we're going down to the local sock hop. You know, just some socks bouncing around.
Performing. James Jim Orson Baker was born...
Okay, this is fly as hell.
...on January 2nd, 1940, in Muskegon, Michigan, into a working-class family. His father, Raleigh Baker, worked as a machinist at a local piston ring plant. His mother, Fern, worked as a stenographer. Jim was raised with his parents' devout Christian beliefs, and the family attended Assemblies of God, a Pentecostal denomination that believes in the direct experience of what their Bible calls the Holy Spirit, meaning they believe their God works through them by speaking in tongues, miraculous healing, and prophetic visions.
Dude, that's one of my favorite clips ever.
Two states
that fucking let that, what is it, Holy Spirit language come up out of you.
Good to see you back.
This is one of the greatest.
All right, brother. Are you ready? He's drunk as a badger.
Drunk as a badger.
Go ahead. Let that Holy Ghost language come up out of you. Go ahead.
Dude, my favorite is this dude just takes off. Watch. He hears and he just takes off running. Watch this. Gone. Dude, I kind of wish I believed in God like that. You know what I mean? I wish I could get that Holy Ghost language to come up out of me.
It's over, and 2 years after Jim was born, Tamara Faye LaValle was born on the 7th of March, 1942, in International Falls, Minnesota. In many ways, Tammy Faye's early years were similar to Jim. Her parents were both Pentecostal preachers, and her childhood was spent deeply embedded in the Pentecostal faith. But when Tammy was 3 years old, her parents divorced, and her father left her to be raised alone by her mother, Rachel LaValle. The experience alienated Rachel from her faith and led to a long period of hardship and instability for the family. But tough times didn't break them. They made it through. Eventually, she found love again and remarried.
All right, let's get to the pimpin'.
Making Tammy the oldest of 8 children. The family joined a new church with a renewed faith and even stricter adherence to the Pentecostal doctrine.
Oh, God.
One night, while at church, Tammy was overcome by the music and began speaking in tongues. It was her first time doing so, and she made a promise right then and there that she would devote her life to her faith. 1960 kicked off what many Americans believed would be the dawn of a golden...
Was that the dropping of the ball? Jesus Christ, shit looked way different.
...age. JFK was elected president that year.
I thought that
the
was
civil rights
fucking
movement
Pong.
was picking up steam. Hippies and college students were rejecting mainstream culture, and a rise of cult leaders were steadily recruiting those looking for an alternative lifestyle rather than the straight-laced religious upbringing their parents dictated for them. It was also the year Jim and Tammy Faye's paths crossed for the first time while studying at North Central.
I'm grabbing my dinner. I'll be right back.
Do not come.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Nash Time gifted 3 months of Tier 1 to Crash Test Zero-B. They've gifted 28 months in the channel.
Let that Holy Ghost language come up out of you. All right, here we go.
Bible College in Minneapolis. They were drawn to the Bible College by a shared passion for evangelism and a desire to serve in ministry. But college had an altogether more positive outcome than simply providing an education. Jim was the night monitor in Tammy Faye's dorm, which made him responsible for ensuring all students were in their rooms by curfew. When a young Tammy Faye caught his eye one night, all sense of duty went out the window. Jim asked Tammy...
He heard her talking in that Holy Ghost language, and he said, "You're going to match my freak. You're going to match my freak, Tammy Faye."
Faye out, but this would be no ordinary first date. The two found they had so much in common and a desire to lead people to their God that Jim, infatuated and overcome by their common future goals, proposed right then and there.
Okay, that's kind of cute.
After 3 dates, the couple decided there was no point in waiting, and on April 1st, 1961, they tied the knot. Tammy was 19 at the time, and the Bible College immediately...
She's 19 there? God damn, that's some big hair. Yo, that is big hair, dog. That hair is big as hell.
Expelled them for getting married, but Jim and Tammy weren't dismayed by their forced change of plans. They decided it was a sign that now was their time to follow their hearts and dedicate their lives to ministry. They packed up everything they owned and moved to Minneapolis to become preachers. Initially, Jim worked as a youth minister, but after a few months, they realized they could have a wider impact if they started their own ministry. They packed their bags again, dropped everything off in South Carolina, and hit the road as traveling evangelists. Pastor Jim led impassioned sermons while Tammy Faye sang gospel and played the accordion to captivated audiences.
Hype.
The couple had charisma and always looked like they were having fun. For many who were used to the rigid fire and brimstone style of church, Jim and Tammy Faye were a breath of fresh air. What made Jim and Tammy Faye so unique wasn't necessarily their beliefs or even the emotional way Jim delivered his sermons. Much of their appeal came down to the fact they didn't look like the typical God-fearing couple. At 4'11",
really?
ignoring many of the strict sexist rules some extreme Pentecosts follow that say women shouldn't cut their hair, wear makeup, or draw attention to their bodies as to not tempt men who don't know how to control themselves, Tammy Faye proudly wore a full face of makeup complete with false lashes and made sure her hair was hairsprayed and teased before ever being seen in public. Her bright clothes always made a statement, and instead of being the quiet, modest Christian wife by her husband's side, Tammy Faye knew the star power she...
Bro, Tammy, what are you hiding in your hair? How the hell you get your hair so high, girl?
Brought to the stage and didn't hold back. Without her, there would be no power couple. Her distinctive appearance and bold personality became a symbol of her modern approach to faith. She was regarded as a genuine and relatable figure. Tammy Faye also wore her heart on her sleeve for all to see. During most of Jim's sermons, she would become emotional and cry, sending black streaks of mascara running down her face. Rather than judging her as a pastor's wife who couldn't compose herself, people found themselves endeared to Tammy Faye's vulnerability. Jim, on the other hand, looked every bit like the traditional somber preacher. He wore suits and was relatively soft-spoken in person, but when he took his place behind the pulpit, he came alive with an energy that captivated his audience. Jim's sermons were filled with emotion, his eyes would sparkle, and the contrast of Jim's traditional exterior with his vibrant and lively preaching style made him a compelling
Can we listen
pastor.
to some?
Jim and Tammy Faye's blend of unique personalities and powerful sermons resonated with a broad audience who had grown tired of traditional religious presentations. Some would say the couple were a match made in heaven. For a while.
I see what you did
Before
there.
long, they had drawn the attention of well-known figures who were just catching on to the potential of religious broadcasting. 4 years after hitting the road, Jim and Tammy Faye made their way to Virginia to start working for Pat Robertson. Pat Robertson was a televangelist and founder of the Christian Broadcasting Network, or CBN. Shamefully, Pat Robertson would later make headlines when he blamed 9/11 on the LGBTQ community.
Okay. All right. Butt sex led to 9/11. Interesting. That's an interesting theory.
But back in the mid-1960s, with televangelism in its infancy, Pastor Pat was primed and ready to take advantage of the power and money that television
Gays did 9/11.
Oh, yeah,
could bring to religious outreach.
Welcome back, brother.
By preaching directly into people's homes via their TV set, he could not only reach vast audiences with his message of redemption, but tap into a whole new source of financial support as well. But whatever Pat was doing wasn't working. When the Bakers arrived in 1965, the network's viewership was in the low thousands, mostly due to a schedule of traditional religious programs which were simply televised church services. The shows were steady and predictable, but they weren't tapping into the full potential of television as a medium for evangelism. The arrival of Jim and Tammy Faye marked a turning point for CBN. They brought something new to televangelism.
Dude,
something
that
which wasn't-
hair is so big. I cannot get over the hair. I cannot get over. Where is her actual dome piece? Like here? You think her dome is like there? That's like a full foot of hair.
Being offered by anyone else at the time. Initially, the couple rolled out a children's variety show called Come On Over. The program was primarily Jim and Tammy carrying out puppet routines, which aimed to teach children about Christian virtues through lighthearted comedy. The show was an instant success, and over the coming months, viewership for the network began to stretch into the tens and then hundreds of thousands. Pat knew that the couple were to thank for the achievement, and he promptly made Jim the host of a new talk show called the 700 Club.
What,
The
700
show held
what?
the prized spot on the primetime roster, and
What's
within
the 700?
months, it became the network's most successful program. In March of 1970, the couple experienced another kind of success when they welcomed their first child, Tammy Sue Baker Chapman, who they called Sissy.
So
but
many
their joy
names.
and televangelism success were short-lived. By the time Sissy was born, cracks had formed in the relationship between Pastor Pat and the
700 pounds of hair.
In 1972, Jim publicly accused CBN and Pat Robertson of using donated funds for lavish personal expenses, which led to the couple being immediately ousted from the network.
And what they do in the future, right?
It was a distressing blow for Jim and Tammy, but it also offered an opportunity to make their own way in the world of
Okay,
television.
Tammy is terrifying looking. She is terrifying looking.
Evangelism. They had built a substantial following in just a few years, and they believed they could do it again. In 1973,
I really hope this video shows some of these clips. Like, I want to see some of the clips of what's going on.
partnered with pastors Paul and Jan Crouch and co-founded a new network called the Trinity Broadcasting Network, or TBN. It was meant to be the Bakers' big break, a chance to do televangelism on their own terms.
Yo,
But this
Tammy,
time,
what the hell you doing, girl? Get that hand down a little bit. What are you, yo?
took just 8 months for the partnership to break down. Jim and his co-founder Paul had a falling out over an undisclosed issue, and the couple packed up their belongings and hit the road once again. For anyone else, getting knocked back twice might have signaled it was time to try something new. But Jim and Tammy weren't giving up on televised religion yet. Working with Pat Robertson had given them an insight into the world of advertising. They saw how TV could provide a lifestyle they could never afford otherwise, and they believed their loyal supporters would follow them wherever they went. And they weren't wrong. In 1974, the couple settled in Charlotte, North Carolina, and almost immediately launched their own TV show, the PTL Club. PTL has been said to stand for both people that love or praise the Lord.
Oh.
The show was based on nearly the exact same Tonight
Is that Colonel Sanders?
Show format, which had been so successful with the 700 Club. Even the names were similar. They chose the right time to launch because just a few months earlier, the 700 Club had been canceled due to low viewership. The ratings tanked after Jim and Tammy were let go, which encouraged them that it was the perfect time to re-enter the homes and hearts of faithful Americans. Because the 700 Club had been canned, the couple was given the opportunity to buy the same primetime spot it had once occupied. They agreed, and a new era of the Bakers began. The PTL Club was hosted from humble beginnings in a tiny back-room studio, and later from an abandoned furniture store. And just like with the 700 Club, Jim and Tammy seemed to have the Midas touch for television.
Show us some of these clips.
PTL was an instant hit, and the couple were able to leverage their success to attract many popular ministers and Christian musicians onto the show.
Oh, here we go.
Television Network presents Jim and Tammy.
That's like a 50-piece band. Okay, this is kind of a jam.
Come on now, let's have a great big welcome for Jim and Tammy Baker.
Hello. Hello, everybody.
Is he wearing a referee's outfit?
Nice to have you here. My, what a wonderful audience.
Oh my God, he looks like Baby
each
Billy.
Episode, they emphasize the importance of giving, both spiritually and financially. They linked the act of giving to receiving God's blessings, which resonated with their audience and played a significant role in the show's fundraising success. Jim and Tammy told viewers that if they wanted the show to continue, they would need to contribute.
Is that Richard Simmons?
Financially to make that happen. They emphasized that advertising dollars wouldn't be enough. They were doing the Lord's work, and such heavy lifting required significant financial support.
All right,
to
here we
bring the
go.
money in, the couple regularly hosted telethons, some that lasted for hours and others for days. And they asked viewers to sign up for monthly pledges to become PTL Club partners.
That's fucked up, man. You can't do that. Remember to use your monthly Amazon Gaming Prime subscription to avoid ads in this channel, though. It's just a click away. Okay, Jim and Tammy had some bops.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Yes, baby Billy.
Yeah, you gotta give deep.
Thank you.
Baby Billy need an aeroplane.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Baby Billy need a boat so he can get over there to them Kalahari Bushmen in Africa and start praising the word of the Lord. What is just the...
This is just a friendly reminder. Don't forget to mail in your pledge this month to Jim Baker, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28279.
Their pleas worked, and the money came rolling in. Soon, the Bakers began referring to their audience members as partners, implying that everyone was forking over their hard-earned money. A former PTL employee once commented, quote, "We had a cash office, and at times there was certainly more money in it than I could imagine. People would send us mink coats, diamond rings, deeds. I mean, we got all sorts of donations."
I'm gonna actually just become Baby Billy. I'm actually just going to start preaching. One day I'm just going to disappear and you're going to see a big tent preacher in your town one day and you're just going to see me. Let that Holy Ghost language come out of you. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I was touched by the Lord. I was lit by his divine grace. And I here on this earth to give that grace to y'all. So I want you to reach down into the lawns of your body and feel that love. Do you feel it? Oh, you can. Oh, yes. Let it radiate through your body. Let it move its way up your legs. On either side of those legs are pockets, and in those pockets are dollar bills. And Baby Billy need those dollar bills. You're going to take them out. You're going to buy Baby Billy a plane. I'm going to fly to Kazakhstan. I'm going to praise the word of the Lord. I'm going to be out there in that Nova Scotia praying the word of the Lord. I'm going mobile, folks.
End quote. Yes, people were sending the deeds of their homes to Jim and Tammy Faye, and this was only the beginning.
Okay.
In the same year that PTL reached the
yes.
Take no shit from anyone.
Praise be Baby Billy. Shibby wibby skeeble lead a
Oh, yeah. Let that Holy Ghost language come up out of your chat.
Height of its success, the couple welcomed another child, Jamie Charles J. Baker, who was born on December 18, 1975. A few months after Jamie's arrival, the couple used their viewers' donations to launch the PTL Club on national TV in both a 1 and 2 hour format. That provided the foundation for what would later become the PTL television network. By the mid-1980s, Jim and Tammy Faye were preaching through the TV screens of more than 13 million American homes each night.
That is so weird when you see that. He is like a clone of her, and she is like a clone of him. Like, these two are identical, and these two are identical. That's wild.
Mid-1980s, Jim and Tammy Faye were preaching through the TV screens of more than 13 million American homes each night, making it the highest-rated religious show in the United States. It was Jim and Tammy's on-screen chemistry which not only attracted viewers, but kept them tuning in every night for years. Each episode was a blend of impassioned sermons and soul-stirring gospel music. Their message centered around the power of prayer, the importance of faith in overcoming obstacles, and the promise of...
Oh, thank you for the deed to your house. I'm going to turn it into a location to house my coats.
Praise the Lord.
Oh, thank you for your pledge, brother No Cap. You are absolved of your sins. You done anything bad recently? You gave me about 600 bits that, short of murder, you are absolved. Murder, you're going to have to send many more bits, okay? If you did physical violence to another human being to the point where you took their life, that's going to be at least, 20 to 30 subscriptions to absolve you of that kind of sin. The Lord told me. That's extra work. That's working overtime. Baby Billy got to do a lot of praying for you.
Wealth and blessings for believers. In contrast to what many Christians believe, Jim and Tammy preached that materialism and affluence were a blessing from their God and not something to be ashamed or judgmental of.
Okay.
In their sermons, they profess that humility is a virtue.
Yo, that Jesus looks like Keanu Reeves. I like that Jesus. That's a hot Jesus. That is a tall, dark, and handsome Jesus right there.
But so is prosperity. It was evident the prosperity gospel resonated with their viewers. At its peak, the PTL Club was exceeding 1 million
These motherfuckers were the world's first streamers. Just
tax-free
flexing
dollars a
wealth.
week in viewer donations, or more than 2.9 million in today's money.
Wow.
The PTL Club was making waves in other ways as well. In the 1980s, televangelism was taking its place as a legitimate form of worship across the U.S. Executives from other religious networks couldn't help but notice the success of Jim and Tammy's Tonight Show style format and began rolling out similar programs of their own. While Jim and Tammy made no secret of the fact that their show was successful and that wealth was a gift from God, it quickly became evident the money they were raking.
My dad has those survival buckets because of the show. No. Mandy, I bought one of those survival slop buckets, and I'm really looking forward to trying the slop within. It's the name of my autobiography, The Slop Within.
Far beyond what most would consider a modest blessing. Some of these so-called blessings included Jim's top-of-the-line Mercedes, Tammy Faye's collection of mink coats, 3 Cadillac limousines, a houseboat, a vintage Rolls-Royce, a Corvette, and a wardrobe filled with Gucci purses. The couple even built an air-conditioned doghouse for Tammy's beloved pooches. They spent much of their time in an oceanfront condominium near Palm Beach, Florida, which was furnished with more than $200,000 worth of designer homewares. They later added a holiday home in the Great Smoky Mountains of Tennessee and a third home in Palm Springs, California.
Oh, fuck off.
The couple always traveled in style between their various homes and appearances, either by private jet or in first-class seats, with Jim once quoted as saying, "God wants his people to go first class." But the hypocrisy...
He does. He does. God does not want me wedged between 2 sweaty folks in the back of a plane waiting for a bag of peanuts, afraid to stand up and piss because the guy on the aisle seat is falling asleep and he looks ornery. You ever been stuck in the middle of an aisle and a window seat when you gots to pee and the man on your left-hand side looks ornery, so you just hold that piss for 2 or 3 hours? I can't have that. I need my first-class seat.
He started becoming apparent to those around them. On one hand, Jim and Tammy Faye preached sacrifice and humility and helping thy neighbor. But on the other, they owned multiple homes, drove luxury cars, and wore designer clothes. All money and...
Did you guys see that guy recently who was told by a flight attendant he couldn't pee with the seatbelt sign on? He couldn't get up and go to the bathroom, so he took his cock out and pissed on the floor of the plane and was immediately arrested when the plane touched down. That shit is unhinged.
Valuable resources that could have gone to help the less fortunate they preached about. Beyond their personal extravagances, and when it came to running the PTL show, the couple was comfortable with an exorbitant level of spending. Jim was particularly generous towards those in his inner circle. He once gave his personal assistant a $45,000 cash bonus for an upcoming holiday. Then, for one PTL Christmas party, the couple had...
Are those truffles?
$9,000 worth of truffles flown in from Europe and put many of the network's top executives in luxury homes paid for by the company. Jim's own office provided another example of what he called God's generosity. He had gold-plated bathroom fixtures in his private bathroom and an $11,000 sauna and jacuzzi. In PTL's headquarters basement, he
Terrell Davis got handcuffed off a plane the other day after tapping a flight attendant for a glass of ice. A attendant said he
bought
hit
your sauce
them?
yesterday.
Oh boy.
Can't wait to try it.
Thank you. Tell me what you think of this house.
A health spa complete with an indoor swimming pool and on-call masseuse. Jim and Tammy's lifestyle...
Will is watching a doc about the Bakers and their crimes, and his takeaway is that they are very cool people with great ideas. Listen, not everything the Bakers did is wrong, all right? Okay.
World far removed from the realities of those who filled their collection plates, many of whom were working-class people struggling to make ends meet. While their star was rising in the hearts and minds of their viewers, critics started to scrutinize the sincerity of their message. They questioned the ethics of soliciting donations when the money was being spent on themselves, rather than being used to make a difference in the lives of those less fortunate. But the Bakers weren't worried about their lavish lifestyle being cause for concern. They were ready to go even bigger.
Yes.
In 1978, they opened a Christian theme park, which was touted as a rival to Disney. It was called Heritage USA and sat on 2,300 acres of land.
Oh, shit.
Its facilities included the 501-room Heritage Grand Hotel, the attraction Main Street USA, an indoor shopping complex, the Heritage Village Church, a 400-unit campground, the Jerusalem Amphitheater, conference facilities, King's Castle, a skating rink, prayer and Christian counseling services, TV production studios, Bible and evangelism school, visitor retreat housing, staff and volunteer housing, timeshares, and the Heritage Island Water Park and recreational
Okay, that kind of looks fire.
facilities. Within 2 years, the park had lived up to Jim's early claims and was welcoming more.
They really missed the boat on Noah's Ark Water Park. That would have been sick. You see what I did there?
More than 6 million visitors a year and had over 2,500 employees. The attendance made it the third most popular theme park in the country. The number 1 and number 2 spots were, of course, held by their secular rivals, Disney World in
Noah's
Florida
Park,
and Disneyland in Anaheim, California. At its peak, Heritage USA was bringing in more than $126 million a year in profit, all tax-free due to its exemption as part of a religious operation. While Jim focused his energy...
They got tax-free status on a fucking theme park?
...on the theme park and growing the PTL network, Tammy Faye spent much of her time alone.
Haas, are you writing this down? I need that tax-exempt status. If I do some televangeling,
for cool.
Toss cheeks.
Noah's Park, no.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Noah's Ark Water Park is real? And they have a ride called the Black Anaconda. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. What the hell? What's happening at that park? Wait, come see what America's best outdoor water park? Noah's Ark Water Park? Is it religious? Intense. The Black Anaconda is intense. Look at these two men enjoying that Black Anaconda. Okay, I need to stop. I need to fucking stop right now.
The one feeding and bathing their children with little help from her busy husband.
It's not religious?
Quote, "You could feel it on the set. You could feel it when visiting our home. Jim became so preoccupied with the development of Heritage Village that there was little energy left over for deepening our relationship. While I encouraged his efforts, I began to feel
and go to Noah's Ark water park. Let's fucking go."
I could barely get them to go to Disney. You think I'm going to get my 3 co-hosts to take a Black Anaconda?
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
The will of our will is our will. Blood for the blood god. We
Thank
pray
you.
by showing whole.
Austin will? I don't know. That's not really his thing.
distant from him than ever. End quote. It was the rising tension in their relationship which made Tammy reconsider her position as
of all of us, I'm pretty sure I'd probably be the most willing to take a Black Anaconda. Take a ride on the Black Anaconda. It's so fucking stupid. Sorry, this is dumb.
Background character on the Jim Baker Show. She believed she had a calling to ministry and had more to offer than sitting on the sidelines while her husband took the lead. It was through producing and hosting her own shows that Tammy found her own voice and sense of purpose. On her show titled Tammy Faye's House Party, she entertained guests and offered advice on homemaking and shopping. She staged fashion shows, danced, sang, and made fudge.
Come on,
Not a
give
big
us.
cup like
Yes!
that, and I can't see that line on that. So I'm going to see it. Now this, I'm not used to this flour here. I don't know what this is like here in Carolina. They said it's whole wheat flour or something.
So we'll have whole wheat noodles, and I
Yeah,
guess.
I never saw this kind of flour.
That's Martha White.
Is it?
Good old Martha.
Well, I'm going to put about 3 cups in. You don't want to drown the miller out, see, but you may have some left. I
Okay.
don't measure that,
All
you
right.
see.
Who is this lady? She is electric.
You don't want to drown the miller out, see, but you may have some left. I
Okay.
don't measure that,
All
you
right.
see. Maybe 2 cups will be enough. Well, these are going to be brown noodles, I believe, if this is whole wheat, see.
Who is this fucking guy?
But I'll bet you
Bet they'll taste
Carolina people will eat them.
I bet they will too.
Yeah, well, I never saw flour like this.
Wow.
I'll probably take some home with me if
Boy,
these
this
are
is
good.
something new.
Yeah, I'll take some
I
home
hope
with
it
me.
works.
If these are good. I don't know whether it will or not.
Well,
I'll
we'll
do
see.
too.
Lillian.
Just see, it's making sure it does smell good.
Yes, God be with me. Now, you got a lot of noodle makers out there, I know. I believe there's a lot of noodle makers out
Oh, well,
there.
you know I've never made noodles, Lillian.
But a lot of the young men don't know how to make noodles, see?
That's
By the
true.
time you live to be 100 years old, you may learn how, see? So, but...
What's your secret for a long life, Lillian?
Well, just to eat right and rest right and live right.
Live right, yeah.
Yeah, live right, see?
What kind of foods
Yeah, live right.
have you eaten most of your life?
Well, I eat the most of things. I don't eat just what I like. I eat a lot of things what likes me.
Oh.
See, they say, oh, I don't like that. I won't eat that, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But if it's good for you, I eat it.
Oh, you do? So you just make it whether you really like it or not?
I eat everything but the table legs.
Oh.
Yeah. And I don't have to worry about my diet or anything.
Right. Does it taste like a noodle yet?
Not exactly, but...
Is it even close, Lillian?
It'll do. It'll feed you if you're hungry.
Okay.
That's a main thing.
Thank God I ate already. Well,
That laugh was rough.
thank God I ate already.
Is that JoJo Siwa's mom?
Well, while this batch is cooking up, I'll have the singers sing excuses, and then we'll come back and give an excuse for this, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You need to come to the top now, Lily.
Now, this is what I'm talking about. These are the clips I've been waiting for.
Excuses, excuses, you'll hear them every day. Oh, the devil, he'll supply them. If in church you stay away. When people come to know the Lord, the devil always loses. So to keep them...
Oh, holy shit, she sounds like Andrea Botez. Oh.
folks away from church, y'all
Out of pocket. Out of pocket.
those excuses.
Well, in the summer, it's too hot. And in the winter, it's too cold. And in the springtime, when the weather's just fine, you find someplace else to go. Well, it's up to the mountains, or down to the beach, or to visit some old friend. Or just to stay at home and kind of relax and just hope the kinfolk come dropping in.
Now you got a headache on Sunday morning and you got a backache some Sunday night. But friend, when Monday morning comes rolling around, boy, you're feeling quite all right. Yes, sir. You know, one of my young'uns, she has a cold. Pneumonia, do you suppose?
Well, the whole family had to stay home.
Just to blow the poor kid's nose.
That baritone went crazy.
Excuses, excuses, you'll hear them every day. Oh, the devil, he'll supply them. If in church you stay away.
The show was as successful as Jim's primetime offerings, and Tammy quickly established herself as a prominent...
I'm grabbing some ice cream.
I'm gonna come.
Do not come.
Yeah, that freeze frame is actually kind of crazy. All right, I got Dole Whip. Let's go.
Figure in her own right.
Yeah, wow, that's
Her
very
determination to
Praise
use
the
the
Lord
show
for
to
1
build
year.
connection rather than straightforward preaching
Thank you.
endeared her to a broad audience. This provided the perfect footing for what would become a groundbreaking moment in television history and would change the course of Tammy's life forever.
Oh.
In the early 1980s, the AIDS
What? I did not expect the AIDS out of nowhere.
epidemic was taking hold of the United States and causing widespread fear, misunderstanding, and harsh judgment, particularly towards the LGBTQ community. Despite HIV being responsible for more than 3,500 deaths and affecting nearly 8,000 people, it took until 1985 for then-President Ronald Reagan to even mention the word AIDS. Prior to that, he ignored all questions about the disease and went so far as to announce that he was cutting funding to the CDC, who were desperate for funds to research a cure for the virus. Reagan's actions only served to perpetuate the stigma surrounding AIDS, and many Americans suffered because of it. Even when he did finally admit that
I don't take no shit from anyone.
Yeah.
Rumor has it Ilya once rode the Black Anaconda, and of her experience she said she'd never been on one so big and wanted to ride it more.
AIDS was a top priority for his government. Many speculated it was because one of his close personal friends had recently died from it. By the mid-1980s, AIDS was either a topic evangelists shied away from or a central talking point for bigots who declared it as a punishment for homosexuality. Many Christian ministers preached that parents should disown their children if they lived a homosexual lifestyle and shun anyone who suffered from HIV. But amidst the hate, Tammy Faye took a different approach when she reached out to those who had been cut off by the church and welcomed them onto her show.
Dude, I did not think Tammy Faye was going to do something based.
She interviewed sex workers and people struggling with illegal substances to emphasize a message of compassion and understanding. All of that was controversial enough, but nothing came close to the fallout she experienced in November 1985 when she interviewed Steve Peters, a gay minister living with HIV.
Hello, everyone, and come on in. It's just so nice to have you here with us. We have an experience today that really is touching to me. Right here on my right, I have a young man named Steve Peters, and I'd like to introduce you to Steve. And we're going to be back in just a couple of minutes to talk to Steve. Steve is a patient of AIDS, and he so generously allowed us to talk to him today.
I've never had any problem making friends with girls. That's just not where I felt God was leading me in terms of my romantic life.
And so you really did you ever tell your mom and dad, when did you share it with your mom and dad that you were feeling this way?
Not until I was 24, and I was involved in the Metropolitan Community Church of Chicago, and I had started at McCormick Theological Seminary in Chicago. And it was only after that, when I realized that my calling was to the ministry to the gay community, that I shared with my parents that I was gay.
What did your parents say?
Well, my mother cried. My father held my hand and told me that I was his son and he loved me no matter what. And that he didn't understand it, but that nothing could separate me from his love.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's
and my mother has said much the same thing.
Thank God.
Absolutely.
Thank God for a mom and dad who will stand with a young person. And, I think it's very important because no matter what happens to a young person in their life, they're still your boy, they're still your girl, no matter what happens in their life. And I think it's so important that we as mom and dads love through anything. And that's the way with Jesus, Jesus loves us through anything. And that's the wonderful thing about Jesus,
Hey, well, I've only one request.
Absolutely.
Would you be so kind
Jesus
as to show
loves
us the whole of Legend?
No!
Me just the way I am. I really believe that. Jesus loves the way I love.
Listen, Steve. This is an emotional interview for me. I just met Steve, and it's like meeting him in person right here. It's I want to put my arm around him. Say that a gay couple would be able to adopt children, Would that automatically, do you think, cause the children to lead the same kind of lifestyle?
Absolutely not. My parents were straight. All my teachers.
What am I watching? I did not expect Tammy Faye Tammy fucking Faye Baker to be a fucking gay ally during the AIDS epidemic? What? This is more shocking than the slop buckets.
We're straight. Why didn't I turn out straight?
What is the thing around the gay community? What is the talk around the gay community now that AIDS has, you know, you can't cure it, you know, it's supposedly, and it's such a rampage disease, and everyone is so desperately afraid of it. Has it changed the gay community any, Steve?
Yes, it has. I believe that it's made us prouder of ourselves, that it's taught us to love each other and care for each other in a way that we never knew how to before.
I know you must feel lonely sometimes because with people not being well informed on AIDS, everyone is so terribly frightened of it, you know. And so therefore they're frightened of anyone who has it. Have you found this to be true, that people want to stay away and they're afraid to come up to you and they're afraid to be anywhere in the same room or breathe?
What? Dude. For young people who do not understand the significance of this, people were deathly afraid of AIDS in 1985. And they were really ugly about it. So the fact that a televangelist preacher is going on TV and trying to debunk and demystify misinformation around AIDS is like, I wouldn't be more surprised if I woke up with my head sewn to the carpet. This is not how I expected this was going to go.
Breathe the same air you breathe?
Yes, Tammy, that happens. And I was asked not to use the bathroom.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
Will, sorry to interrupt, but have you seen Eyes of Tammy Faye? Jessica Chastain plays Tammy Faye, and they include this interview.
No, I haven't.
So good in it.
Oh yeah,
Bathroom in
wow,
one
that's very cool.
Tammy, take my house. I am converted.
Person's home. I remember going to a party once where every time I finished my soft drink, the host took the glass into the open kitchen, one of these California kitchens, you know, and steam cleaned it every single time.
Cool. Speaking of AIDS and DC New Guardians villain, check out Hemogoblin. Tammy probably kicked his ass.
Hemogoblin?
I've been served on paper plates a lot in the last year and a half. And yes, people are scared sometimes. They don't know how to deal with terminal illness. They don't know how to deal with something as stigmatized as AIDS. But I also have to say, Tammy, that there have been an enormous number of people in the gay and lesbian community, as well as at the AIDS Project and at MCC, who have gathered around me and really cared for me. They have been present because my quality of life has been at stake. So there are people who are breaking through that fear, who are not letting the fear get in the way of ministry.
You know, I just saw a program. My husband and I, Jim, sat the other night and watched a program. And it was so touching about a young man who had AIDS and went home to tell his mom and dad about it, and the hurt and everything that happened in the family, which I'm sure, you know, you were very well aware of. Yes. And when asked what was the saddest thing in his life about the fact that he had AIDS, you know, his own parents were afraid to touch him. His own sister was afraid to touch him. And he said, to think that I might never again have a hug. You know, and how sad that we as Christians, who are to be the salt of the earth, and we who are supposed to be able to love everyone, are afraid so badly of an AIDS patient that we will not go up and put our arm around them and tell them that we care.
Yes. I know, it is tragic, and that's the tragedy of the situation.
I just want to tell you something.
What's that, Tammy?
If there would have been any way, you know, I know you were sick, and that's the only reason we didn't have you come and sit in the studio next to us today, because you have your chemotherapy treatments, and you needed to get home quickly so you wouldn't miss them. But I want to tell you, there's a lot of Christians here who love you and who wouldn't be afraid to put their arm around you and tell you that we love you and that we care.
Thank you, Tammy. God bless you for saying that. I think that's a very, very important thing you're doing.
You know, Steve, doctors are desperately trying to educate the public right now. And I just pray with everything within me that the public will be educated to, to be able to help. I mean, help people that have diseases such as you, not just AIDS, but that we will be able to feel comfortable around cancer patients, that we'll be able to feel comfortable around any disease that might be. We're all just people. I don't know, somehow it seems like when a person gets a disease, it separates you somehow from just an ordinary person, and we don't change. We get a disease, we get cancer. That doesn't change us. We're still the same person. I'm still Tammy Baker. You're still Steve Peters.
That's right. You have a wonderful way of reaching people.
I am flabbergasted right now. Of all of the things that I expected going into this documentary, this was not what I expected. I did not expect to feel any admiration of Tammy Faye fucking Baker in a documentary called The Christian Pimp. What?
People, Tammy. And I think that you are doing it by doing this program. You're helping us. You are bringing us back to life. Your courage in doing this interview is bringing me to life. Oh. It's giving me life to know that there are Christians who really do care about people with AIDS.
Steve, I want you to make sure now, you've got our telephone number, and I want you to make sure and keep in touch with us.
I will.
And if you need someone to pray with, if you need someone just to talk or to hold your hand across those many miles, I just want you to know that there'll be someone here that is here at PTL 24 hours a day to tell you that we love you and that we care. And
well, I love you, Tammy.
And we're praying for you.
I look forward to meeting you in person.
Oh, God bless you, and we want you to beat this disease.
I will, with Jesus' help.
God bless you, Steve, and thank you very much for a very eye-opening interview. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
During the interview, Tammy Faye commented, quote, "How sad that we as Christians, who are to be the salt of the earth, we who are supposed to be able to love everyone, are afraid so..."
Wait, someone linked something. What is it? Deadline. Reverend Steve Peters dies. Advocate interviewed by... He lived to 70? With AIDS in 1985? What? Yo, I need to get Tammy Faye to pray for me, bro. What the hell? Is this Christianity shit real? What the hell? How?
Badly of an AIDS patient that we will not go up and...
HIV, I don't think it ever progressed to AIDS. But dude, an HIV diagnosis... True, bro. Tammy Faye, I owe you an apology. I really wasn't familiar with your game. That is wild. To live that long with HIV in 1985. That's wild. That's crazy.
Put our arm around them and tell them that we care. End quote. Tammy and Steve's groundbreaking discussion was one of the first interviews with an HIV-positive gay man that was...
Ew, Steve is jacked. Holy shit.
Was broadcast on national television. At times, Tammy's deeply personal questions came across as intrusive, but they were the same things many people were thinking and didn't understand. The answers Steve gave helped to explain or negate many of the preconceived notions viewers had about homosexuality. False ideas such as being gay is a choice or a lifestyle that can be prayed away, or that being parented in a certain way will make someone gay. The broadcast was swiftly condemned by the religious community, with many critics labeling Tammy Faye as, quote, a gay Christian. While religious zealots called for her to step off stage and called the interview an act of defiance against the church, there were many voices supporting her, and those supporters came from the unlikeliest of places, the gay community itself. The broadcast cemented Tammy Faye as an independently successful woman.
The gays love Tammy! Of course! The gays! Holy shit. I am getting informed right now. Tammy's mother. She's alpha mother, bro. She's original mother.
And a pioneer in addressing sensitive social issues on a national platform. When she was later asked about her response to the controversy, she simply replied, quote, "I believe Jesus loves all of us, and so should I." While Tammy relished her newfound status as a gay icon, the baker's lavish lifestyle was drawing the attention of officials. Jim had first been investigated by the FCC for misappropriation of viewer donations in 1979, but nothing came of the probe. They initially alleged that Jim had used $350,000 in funds which were raised under the premise of paying for foreign missions to pay for the development of the theme park, as well as his own personal expenses.
Yikes.
Ironically, that is exactly what Jim had...
What's the matter? Those kids in Africa don't like water slides? Well, hey, IRS. Come on now. Order operations. We got a little PEMDAS here. I got to build a water slide, and then we bring the kids over from South Sudan. Come on. It's all good.
Accused Pat Robertson of doing years earlier. Using donations in this way would have constituted wire fraud, but ultimately no action was taken against Jim or his ministry. But in 1985, during Reagan's administration and not long after Tammy's interview success with an AIDS patient, the IRS came knocking. An internal investigation reported much of the same findings as the initial FCC report, except rather than $350,000, they found at least $1.3 million had been used for Jim and Tammy's personal benefit between 1980 and 1983. They claimed that Jim was using PTL's tax-exempt status for personal gain by taking home a salary nearly 5 times the average of a nonprofit minister.
Oh, they found out he was using the tax-exempt status for personal gain? They found out? He had a Christian theme park!
Think of it this way. In order to maintain a not-for-profit status, a business naturally has to make no profit. Although nonprofits are allowed to make a profit, those profits must be funneled back into the organization.
Bro, what the fuck is this stock footage? They're feeding my man beans and slop. What the fuck?
Activities. So if more money is coming in than is needed to run the business, the only way to avoid making a profit and paying tax is to increase expenses. And that's exactly what Jim did. He increased his salary by 5 times to make it appear as though PTL was only just covering its expenditure. Despite mounds of evidence to prove Jim had been involved in carrying out significant financial fraud, he wasn't charged again. Commentators would later put that down to the Reagan administration's reluctance to do anything that might ostracize.
Is that him sitting with Ronald Reagan?
Its significant evangelical base. Despite the controversy swirling around the couple and their network, they presented a united front. They continued to host their respective shows and beg for money. Pastor Jim always let his audience believe PTL was on the brink of bankruptcy, and it worked. From 1985 to 1987, nearly $200 million poured in from their faithful partners. An estimated 500,000 prayer partners contributed $20 monthly, and about 120,000 of the faithful purchased what Jim and Tammy called lifetime partnerships. A lifetime partnership was $1,000 or more, and in return, lifetime partners would receive 3 free nights a year in the Heritage Village Hotel. For a while, it seemed like their charisma, combined with the loyalty of their followers, might allow them to weather the storm of accusations without significant repercussions. They presented the picture of a perfect partnership, a loving marriage, a successful business relationship, and accomplished children. In fact, in 1986, only 1 year after Tammy Faye's interview with Steve Peters, their daughter Tammy Sue released her first album at age 16. The album was titled 16, and it went on to sell millions of copies.
What? Okay, that bass line kind of crazy though.
But behind
Stop
the Bakers
saying that Tammy Sue Baker looks like Caroline.
wow, Year of
You
perfection.
guys are out of pocket. I need to hear some more of these tracks.
Romulus is the real righteous gemstone.
Oh. Ooh, that's funky.
You feel like giving up, but with all your might you stand and fight to try to hold your ground. The world will tell you live it up, come on live it up. Material and physical will always bring you down. Is anybody out there?
That does sound like city pop. You're right.
Does anybody care?
Ooh.
I know somebody. The answer is on high. Fire's burning bright. The answer is on high. Fire burns inside. When you feel you have to run away. Run away.
Pro
Okay.
LGBT.
Okay.
Sticking it to the government.
What was her
Musicians.
What was her biggest
The Banter
hit?
family is pretty fucking punk.
Hurrying past will run as fast. Moving. Too much trust. Everyone you meet. Little girl. Jesus cares for you. Little girl.
Tammy made music too. Wait, this is Tammy. Oh, there's Tammy Faye and Tammy Sue.
Jesus keeps taking me higher and higher. Higher and higher. Higher and higher. Jesus keeps taking me higher and higher. Higher and higher.
I don't know what she's doing here.
Daily hiding me in his abounding love. When I stumble, he gives me a shove. Yeah. Jesus keeps taking me higher and higher.
Why is she doing like the lion from The Wizard of Oz?
Action. Cracks had been forming for quite some time. While Jim touted Heritage USA as a place to vacation with inspiration, it was turning into a cesspool of drugs, sex, and staff and students gone wild.
Haas, what are you sending me? Fill me up, Lord? Stop. Fill me up, Lord?
Fill me up, Lord. Fill me up. Fill me up, Lord. Fill me up. I am your vessel. I lift my
strength. Renew my strength, Lord. Renew my strength. I am your vessel. I lift my cup. Renew my strength, Lord. Fill me up.
Dude, oh no, dude. I can't show you this. I can't show you this. It's not. The profile photo of the woman who commented is kind of awesome.
The bakers promised the faithful wealth and happiness, but instead of
Haas, what are you sharing here? Only God can make you feel so good.
Only God can make you feel so good. Only God can make you feel so good. He'll be your bread, he'll be your wine, he'll be your confidence, he'll be your peace of mind. Only God can make you feel so good. You can
Okay, they had good bands.
stock market and the money game. He called by everybody.
showing their audience and Heritage USA customers nuanced facts about life and how to overcome real-world struggles, they focused only on the positive and magical thinking. And their followers preferred it this way. To them, this was how one went about living a happy Christian life, and the mansions and grandeur of Heritage USA was proof that their God would bless them like he had Jim and Tammy. Jim had promoted the Heritage Bible School as a place for parents to shield children from the sinful nature of the secular world, as they believed the devil had a grasp on public schools.
Whoa.
One mother happily enrolled her daughter in the Heritage Bible School, only to discover the school was anything but the shiny, happy place Jim promoted on his show. The school was understaffed due to Jim putting PTL's money into other areas of the park. Sometimes classes would be held in tents, and Jim would regularly pull students out of class to fill seats for the PTL Club broadcast to make his audience look bigger than it was. Even the students realized how much the school lacked, with one former student saying, quote, "You went to a scoring station and checked your own work, which was easy to cheat on because the answers were right there. And at the end of the book, you would staple it together and take the test at the end of the book. Well, you already knew what the book was like because it was right there at the end of the book. You had to go to the teacher's desk to take the test. There were no classroom lectures. The second year, they brought someone in for math and TV production. It was hard to teach yourself math. Social studies and English were out of the book. A lot of us were not doing anything. I learned to memorize answers and put them where they go." End quote. Other students told stories of how because they were hardly supervised, they would regularly purchase illegal substances at a nearby gas station and then go party in the woods doing everything one can think of. The students mocked the bakers' claims that Heritage USA was drug-free. Some students speculated that their Christian parents just wanted to be free of the burdens of parenthood and let PTL raise them. Another student even recalled PTL staff having an orgy in a nearby bedroom. A former circus ringmaster by the name of Austin Miles, who later became an Assemblies of God preacher with a show on PTL's network, had become a close associate of Jim Bakker. The ringmaster would later back up the students' claims when he recalled, quote, "An intense sexual energy could be felt around both Heritage USA and Heritage Village."
What does he mean? An intense sexual energy could be felt.
Came to attend the School of Evangelism quickly paired off. It became a common occurrence to round a corner and interrupt two young people in an intimate embrace. End quote. The same ringmaster would later tell the media about the jacuzzi in Jim's office. He said staff referred to it as the floozy jacuzzi because it was regularly used by male
floozy jacuzzi?
PTL staff members in an attempt to seduce women. The Bakker children, when not performing for their parents' show, were also left to wander the grounds of Heritage USA unsupervised. Tammy Sue was given a car to drive around on the grounds at age 15, even though she couldn't legally receive a driver's license until age 16.
The Siren Will's Pleasure Grotto. Dude, the Pleasure Grotto might be one of the dumbest streams of all time. The Pleasure Grotto is actually at us at our absolute stupidest.
Their youngest child, Jay, would later say, quote, "I could charge anything from my parents' account, and I was not above tendering bribes of pizza, drinks, candy bars, and new toys in order to get new kids to hang out with me." End quote. Then there was Jim and Tammy making one bad financial decision after the next. While they paid each executive and inner circle member hundreds of thousands a year, they paid Heritage USA employees very little. So low, in fact, that many qualified for the federal food stamp program. When Jim planned the Heritage Water Park, he never determined what size the park should be according to PTL's income and projected visitors. This worried the project's contractors, but Jim happily told them he knew God would provide whatever they needed. With his childlike imagination running wild, he also broke several contracts that cost PTL hundreds of thousands of dollars. One was for the water park, in which another contractor offered him waves in the pool, and so he broke the contract with the original water park contractor. Soon, local contractors refused to work for PTL unless they were paid the full amount up front. Then there was the construction for something called Kevin's House. Kevin's House was for what Jim called hard-to-adopt handicapped children and was built next to Heritage Grand Mansion. Jim sobbed to his PTL audience that Kevin and other disabled children needed to be taken in, and he was going to make Kevin's House inside Heritage USA the place for them. He begged for viewer donations and even brought 17-year-old Kevin on air, where Kevin described how difficult it was bouncing around from foster home to foster home and how much he loved Heritage USA.
No.
It is right here. It's a white heart card, so I don't know if you can see it with the sunshine on it out here. We'll turn it down a little bit. Maybe they can see it. But there we have the official building permit to begin Kevin's House.
At birth, he was diagnosed as having a severe and crippling disease called osteogenesis imperfecta. It just means simply that Kevin will never have the chance at life that normal children take so for granted. And yet somehow Kevin has found the strength to make it just one more day.
There's not a day that goes by that I don't have pain.
Oh, God.
Why does Kevin continue to smile?
I love the Lord. There's not much more reason than that. I love him. I know he loves me. And I love PTL, Jim and Tammy, everybody. That helps.
Kevin has a lot of love for the Lord, for Jim and Tammy, and for Heritage USA. Every time he visits, it just breaks his heart when he has to leave.
I love it there.
No! Stop using Kevin! Stop, please! I know this is gonna end badly.
You could get grown attached to it. You know, it's hard to explain. It's just when you leave, you feel, you know, like something's being taken away from you.
Kevin's dream of being able to live at Heritage USA will soon be fulfilled because God gave Jim Baker a burden to build a home where special children will live and love and be loved in return.
And I looked in that little face and I said, Kevin, I'm going to build a house for you. And I'm going to build a house for kids like you here at Heritage USA, and I'm going to call it Kevin's House.
Please tell me he built the house.
Jason, over by your farm. And those little kids are going to see the animals and the plants and the trees.
Jim told viewers that because Kevin was so sick and could die at any moment, the ministry would race to build Kevin's house in 30 days with their donations. While Jim's promises sounded nice,
30 days.
No shit from anyone.
Osteogenesis imperfecta is my favorite Harry Potter spell.
The hurriedly built home never met local building codes, and Kevin and his family.
Shame on
Wow,
you.
that's very cool.
Shame on you. Bro, come on. Kevin didn't do nothing wrong.
Were its only residents. And what Jim never told his audience was that Kevin's father was Jim's first cousin. But more on that later. Without their viewers able to see what was happening behind the scenes, the Baker family appeared to have it all with their name in lights, on billboards,
Welcome
albums,
back.
and books
Glad to hear you
until one
survived
day
your
when
self-suck
something from
incident.
Jim's past.
I was actually at the World Champion Self-Suck Kumite, but
Came back to haunt them. In March 1987, the Charlotte Observer learned about a suspicious payment of $265,000, which had been made by PTL in the early 1980s. $265,000 might not seem like a lot in the grand scheme of the previously reported missing millions, but there was something unusual about this payment which set off alarm bells. When a reporter approached Jim for an explanation, he played dumb. So the reporter tried again, and this time he mentioned the name Jessica Hahn. Suddenly, Jim became flustered. That name prompted a confession which confirmed what the reporter had suspected all along. The payment was hush money.
Would you like to hear women confessing their deepest, darkest secrets?
Women's secret confessions, all real, all true.
Sometimes
what?
There are things we just have to get off our chests.
Women's secret confessions.
Sometimes I like to pee standing up. Women's secret confessions. I once left the same tampon in for 5 days and got toxic shock syndrome. Women's secret confessions.
Whoa!
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Sometimes I'll end up going out at night just because that was the day that I cleaned my hair. Women's darkest confessions. I'll typically fake a headache to get out of sex. Women's secret confessions. The clitoris. Sorry, wrong voice. The clitoris is like the moon landing. Women got together and just decided to make something up.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's
Women's
cool.
secret
This is that
confessions.
shit that would be on the TV when we woke up at 3 a.m. as a kid.
Yep.
What their best friends don't even know.
Listen to women bearing their souls.
Call 1-900-909-1133, $1.95.
This isn't even sexy. It's like scary. Like, I think this is meant to be like a sex thing, but they make it sound like she's going to tell you where a body is. Hello, is this Women's Secret Confessions? Yeah, it is. I digested my fetal twin in the womb. Women's Secret Confessions. Oh, God.
Delicious.
Pastor John worked as more than just to become a close. Now that he's keeping her loving.
Women's 5 a minute. Adults only, please.
Call now. Women bearing their souls.
Call 1-900-909-1133.
$2 a minute?
$95 a minute. Adults only, please.
Jesus Christ.
Call now and don't miss a delicious word.
That was their babysitter?
By 1987, PTL employed
Women's Secret Confessions.
2,000 people and had an annual revenue of $240 million. But back in 1980, before Heritage USA was even a thought, and before Jim and Tammy Faye were megastar televangelists, there was Jessica Hahn. Before appearing on posters and centerfolds, movies, and music videos, Jessica, the daughter of a Long Island police officer, grew up in a strict Christian household. She was close with her parents and 3 siblings and loved going to church. At age 14, she was baptized by a traveling evangelist named John Wesley Fletcher. Pastor John took an interest in young Jessica and asked if she would babysit his children when the family was in town. With a love of children, Jessica was more than happy to help Pastor John. She had already been helping her mother every day after school with her baby brother, who was born when Jessica was 12. By 1980, Jessica was 20 years old and working as a church secretary, but she still helped John's family when they came to Long Island. But this didn't happen as often now that John worked for the PTL Club as a co-host. He had also become a close friend of the Bakers. But old Pastor John worked as
I remember looking up her pictures online when I was a kid. She was hot.
PTL co-host. He was Jim.
Women's secret confessions. Chatter's secret confessions. I make the show hole jokes in Will's chat, but I really do want to see his butthole. Chatter's secret confessions.
Jim Bakker's pimp. According to John's 1988 grand jury testimony, Jim liked him young men, that is. John would procure men for Jim by approaching the young cameramen on set after each PTL broadcast. To keep him loyal, John claimed that Jim, using PTL charitable funds and a secret bank account, seduced him with gifts and luxurious champagne dinners at the finest restaurants, telling him once, quote, "John, you don't have to wait to get to heaven to enjoy heaven. You can have a little heaven on earth. It's God's way of giving me what I deserve," end quote. John also testified that he and Jim were intimate 3 times, calling himself a male prostitute for Pastor Jim Bakker.
He gay? So they were gay Christians.
5 years after their son was born, around 1980, it was apparent that Jim and Tammy Faye were having some marital strife. It was alleged that Tammy was having feelings for another man. So Pastor Jim approached Pastor John and said he wanted to make his wife jealous. He wanted to seduce a young woman. Did he know where he could find one? Being the pervert that he was, John thought of Jessica Hahn, his family
being the pervert
babysitter who he baptized when she was only 14 years old. Pastor John told Pastor Jim not to worry. He knew just the woman. On December 4th of 1980, Jessica received a call from Pimp John inviting her down to Florida. He said he needed her help, and in return, she'd receive the great reward of not only sitting in on a live PTL broadcast, but she would also get to personally meet Jim Bakker. All she had to do was help babysit the Bakker children when needed. Jessica couldn't believe her luck. She had been a fan of the PTL Club for as long as she could remember. She excitedly agreed to help in any way she could. John said he would buy her a plane ticket, and only a few days later she was off to Clearwater, Florida, where the Bakkers were holding a telethon. John picked her up from the airport, and on the drive to the Sheraton Hotel in Clearwater Beach, he told Jessica how sad Jim was and how he was going through a terrible time in his life. John said Jim and Tammy had no sex life whatsoever and were considering a separation. Jessica didn't...
On the ride from the airport? This man wasted no time. How was your flight? Get in. So I got to talk to you about Jim. He's just not getting laid. And it's really taking a toll on him. He's horny. I mean, horny. Put your seatbelt on. It'll stop beeping.
Understand why Pastor John was telling her this, but soon they were parked at the hotel. Before going inside, John warned Jessica to stay quiet and, most importantly, to walk behind him, not alongside him, and go directly to the elevator. Jessica did as she was told, and once inside room 538, she was given a glass of wine. Then John walked to the window and waved down to the pool at Jim, where he was sitting in swim trunks with his daughter. A few moments later, there was a knock at the door, and Jim Bakker entered the room. Jessica was starstruck, later saying in an interview that it was like God walked into the room. But that feeling wouldn't last for very long, as John had walked out, and when he came back, he had a container of oil with him, and told Jessica that Jim desperately needed to relax and could use a massage. Then he left. Jessica was confused and asked Jim, "Well, why don't you hire..."
Yeah, that's fucking confusing.
Somebody. Jim replied that he couldn't trust anybody. He then proceeded to R-word Jessica. After Jim left, John came in and did the
Oh my God. What?
same, telling Jessica that he deserved it for arranging the meeting and, quote, "When you help the shepherd, you help the sheep."
What?
End quote. That afternoon during the telethon, Jim told his TV audience, quote, "Boy, I had a real rest this afternoon. I need more rest like that." End quote. A few days later, Jim called Jessica to supposedly ask for forgiveness, but he asked her for her assurance not to talk because he had a lot to lose, and she would be accountable to God if she caused any trouble. Then he said he would pray for her. Jessica kept quiet for years about what happened in the hotel room, claiming she needed to keep her mouth shut because PTL was a church, and church was her world. In a 2017 interview, Jessica said, quote, "I knew revealing what happened would affect millions of people." She also hired an attorney, and the attorney and Jim Baker quietly arranged for a trust to be set up for Jessica.
How was this guy selling slop buckets 30 years later? What the fuck? How did this guy preach after this shit came out?
As long as she kept quiet, but she claimed to have grown tired of being used like a pawn behind the scenes and figured the truth would come out sooner or later. So in 1984, she called the Charlotte Observer to tell them what happened with the married televangelist. Charles Shepard, the Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative reporter who broke the Baker scandal, sat on this information for years and patiently continued to collect more. And he was able to collect quite a bit because a disgruntled PTL employee who had been fired took confidential documents with him and handed them over to the Charlotte Observer. With this new information and proof in hand, the story was ready to go to print in March of 1987. But first, the journalist approached Jim about the hush money payment to Jessica. When Jim's financial fraud had been called into question in the past, he did what most guilty parties do and cried fake news. He and Tammy labeled the media and FCC as Satan's tools and called any accusation against them an attack against their ministry. But now, with a journalist questioning the hush money, Jim admitted his mistake, but took great care to downplay it as an affair that was a 15-minute break from his devout Christian lifestyle. When the front page story broke, Jim admitted to what he called the sexual encounter 7 years prior. But instead of using Jessica Hahn's name, he called her a female Confederate who had been part of a plot to trap him. Jim told the Charlotte Observer, quote, "I sorrowfully acknowledge that 7 years ago in an isolated incident, I was wickedly manipulated by treacherous former friends and then colleagues who victimized me with the aid of a female Confederate. They conspired to betray me into a sexual encounter at a time of great stress in my marital life. Vulnerable as I was at the time, I was set up as part of a scheme to co-opt me and obtain some advantage for themselves in connection with their hope for position in the ministry." End quote.
Fuck?
Now, the entire world was talking about the Baker scandal. On March 19th, 1987, Jim resigned from PTL and the couple retreated to their home in Palm Springs. Jim announced he was leaving his friend and fellow televangelist, Reverend Jerry Falwell, in charge of the network in his absence, but he had full intentions of returning once the scandal blew over. You might remember Jerry Falwell from a documentary I did about his son, Jerry Falwell Jr.'s scandal with a pool boy. But back to the Bakers.
Oh!
Soon after the announcement...
Wait! Do I remember that?
Betty Ford Center for help with an addiction to prescription drugs. With Tammy in rehab, Jim stayed out of the spotlight and waited for the public to forget his crimes. It wasn't happening. Meanwhile, Reverend Jerry Falwell met with advisors and top executives from the network to hear from employees about their experience working alongside the charismatic preacher. It was the first time he heard about Jim's private use of vulgar language, his love of alcohol, and even alleged involvement in homosexual activities. One of the aides present at that meeting later commented, quote, "When we started this, we wholeheartedly believed there was a 15-minute sexual encounter 7 years ago, for which Jim was sorry, repentant, and had received forgiveness from his wife and from his Lord. We thought that's all.
But the vulgar language I cannot forgive.
We're dealing with. Everything we have learned since then has been shocking, disappointing, and just sickening. End quote. With the scandal running wild, John and Jim quietly spread rumors behind the scenes that Jessica was really a sex worker. Those rumors soon made their way into the media. Jessica, the victim in all this, was being slandered left and right.
Jesus.
From the way you're talking, it sounds as though you feel you weren't emotionally prepared to do anything other than submit. So why don't you just call it a rape?
I'm not emotionally prepared to call it a rape. It's just way too involved. It would cause a whole nother scandal.
Yeah.
You know, I was willing to go along with you with certain things, but when he left an airplane ticket for you...
This is a person she babysat for.
I know that. But didn't he say to you, if you want to bring your mom and dad or come down...
What he said was that they were doing something similar like this, only it was a telethon, and would I like to be in the studio audience and watch the telethon, knowing that this man was going to be there, who I admired for years. He said his family was going to be there, and maybe I would do some babysitting also, but I would meet him and his family.
I'd like to know, if you reached a point where you could react to the situation, why didn't you try to bring some kind of criminal charge against him rather than ask for money?
Actually, we didn't want to try to do any of this. We actually wanted just somebody to say, Jessica, we acknowledge you've been hurt, and that was basically it.
I mean, you were 20 years old at the time. Why didn't you leave the room when you saw that it was...
I was not able to leave the room.
You couldn't get out of there at all?
I could not leave the room. I was physically sick. I was unable to leave the room.
Yes.
Were any of you under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
You were offered a glass of wine, were you not?
Yes.
Yo, this is tough to watch. This is tough, man. God damn.
Yes.
Are you just as religious now as you were then?
That's all I have right now is my faith. It's the only thing that keeps me going.
Whose idea was it to give you money? Who suggested a money payment?
Those negotiations took place through different channels. Richard Dortch, who was Jim Baker's right-hand man at the time, and my own advisor at the time.
Jessica, I've seen Jim Baker. I would have been physically sick, too.
But her reputation was further called into question when only 8 months later, she posed topless for Playboy magazine in November of 1987, again the following month, and once more in September of 1988.
Playboy, what the fuck, man? Read the room.
During an interview with Larry King, she explained the decision to appear in the magazine came down to money. She stated that after Jim's downfall, she returned all of the hush money to PTL and was left with only $40 to her
You gave the money back?
Name. When Hugh Hefner offered her $1 million for the job,
Oh, okay. We're back. It makes a lot more sense. Good for you.
She was in no position to refuse. Throughout the unfolding drama, Tammy Faye, who believed her husband that it was an affair, said she took some solace when contemplating what happened, knowing that Jessica was, quote, ugly. Pastor John Fletcher kept asserting to the media that he and Jessica had had a consensual affair as well. To her credit, Jessica never backed down and defended herself to the end. When they were both interviewed by Geraldo Rivera,
Geraldo used to be hot and it fucks me up.
John have it.
Geraldo, I wish to God he'd rot in hell.
God, this is perfect quality, man. Damn. How did they get such high definition
have it.
on this old tape? Like, this is...
I wish to God he'd rot in hell. Let me tell you something. I am sick and tired of this. This is too much for me. With this man, he is lying. My little brother is listening to this. I am fed up with this bull crap. With John Fletcher, he wishes somebody did that. His problem is he has never had a normal sex life. He doesn't know what love is. He screws everything from animals to old women. He doesn't give...
What? What? Yo, look at his face.
He screws everything from animals to old women.
Dude, look at his face.
Yo, what?
That is the face of a man who just got caught doing bestiality, bro. Holy shit. What the fuck? Bestiality? Man, they should have never given these Christians money. What the fuck happened?
He doesn't know what love is. He screws everything from animals to old women. He doesn't give a crap. I swear to God, I am telling you the truth. This man is on a promotional tour because he can no longer pass around the offering plate. He can no longer make a living from stealing people's money. Just like Jim Baker, he is a thief. He is a professional liar. And I am fed up with it. I am tired of it. I had lost a family, and I don't give a crap about his family, because he didn't either. I lost a family. I spent Thanksgiving alone. I'll spend Christmas alone. Why? Because of them. This is the last interview I'll do with John Fletcher, because I don't give a crap about this man. I am so sick of fighting this. I'm fighting all these men. And I have a story. My story is true. I'll back it up 1,000,000%. And if I'm wrong, then let me be indicted. John Fletcher, you should have yourself. I wish you dead. You're a liar.
With the media sensation surrounding the Bakers and their scandal, Jerry Falwell assured Jim and Tammy everything would be okay and promised that once this blew over, he'd hand back the keys to the castle. He even had an associate, Ro Messner, the Heritage USA builder, go to the Bakers and ask them to create a list of everything they
Jesus Christ. I'm just picturing this chatter opening Twitch. They're like, oh, Moon's playing Elden Ring. Cool. Let's check that out. Oh, awesome. Okay. What's Emmy doing? All right. Let's see what Will's doing. Bestiality! Holy shit!
they would like and what they believed they were owed as a form of severance. Tammy wrote a list on her stationery, and Ro delivered it to Jerry. 2 weeks after that meeting, Jim Baker was defrocked by the Assemblies of God for adult.
What's defrocking? What the fuck is that? Is that beyond bestiality? What the fuck is defrocking? Is that ass play? What is defrocking?
Adultery and alleged bisexual.
Deprive a person in holy orders. Oh. They removed him from the church. Bro, I was so invested. I thought they shoved something up his ass. Just when I think I've seen everything, he's into hard defrocking play. I don't mean the kink shame, but some of you are in the defrocking and it shows, you sick bastards in chat. Pay for a stiff rub down and a hard defrock over there in Bangkok.
Sexual activities. John Fletcher was also defrocked at the same time. By this point, Jerry Falwell knew how bad PTL's finances really were. The network was bleeding more than $2 million a month. Jerry thought that rather than try to fix the state of the books in preparation for his friend's return, he could use the situation to his advantage, and that's exactly what he did. Without Jim and Tammy knowing, Jerry held a 90-minute press conference from Heritage Village to chastise the Bakers and announce he was taking full control of PTL and Heritage USA, and that Jim needed to stay away and seek help for his, quote, homosexual problems. He also read publicly the list he asked Tammy Faye to create and mocked them as greedy and unrepentant.
Oh.
No one,
Oh, here it comes.
Jerry Falwell or anyone associated with Jerry Falwell, has ever attempted to take over his ministry, whether friendly or hostile takeover. At no time did Jerry Falwell suggest to him that Jimmy Swaggart or anyone else was attempting to take over his ministry. This is dated May 6th. From the desk of Tammy Baker. This is her letterhead card from the desk of Tammy Baker. On the back, Rose said, Jerry, Jim, and Tammy gave me this list of things they'd like to receive. Hospitalization insurance. Jim's salary for a lifetime at $300,000 per year. Tammy's salary for a lifetime, $100,000 annually. Rights to books and records. Stock that is left, books and records. Secretary for 1 year, phone bill for 1 year, house on the lake and the furniture in it. 2 cars, security, attorney fees for our Internal Revenue Service problems. Suggest that James Robinson be the host, keep the marriage workshops, and we want a maid for 1 year. I don't see any repentance there.
Oh,
really
he's
don't.
selling them out.
I don't see any concern for the welfare of this ministry in that kind of request.
Oh, he's doing receipts.
I see the greed. I see the self-centeredness. I see the avarice that brought them down.
He ended the press conference by saying, quote, Jim, I must tell you that I would be doing a disservice to God. As much as I love you, care for you, and pray for you, that I would be doing a disservice to God and the church at large to allow you to come back now or ever, end quote. Jerry also made everyone aware of the fact that Jim had oversold lifetime partnerships to the tune of $180 million. In the end, those who contributed $1,000 for lifetime memberships to Heritage USA were returned just over $6 measly. 10 weeks after the scandal, the Bakers gave an interview to Nightline.
It has revealed the hypocrisy that is buried just beneath the surface in most of us, claiming to be incensed, even outraged by what we hear, all the while clamoring for more. Well, let's begin with the 2 people who have been at the heart of this story. Joining us live from their home in Palm Springs, California, Jim and Tammy Baker. Why now, after what has it been, 10 weeks of essentially reclusive activity? You came out once and you chatted briefly with the press, but that was more of a photo opportunity.
Yes, yes.
Why are you willing to talk now?
Well, we have been quiet for these many, many weeks, and it's been devastating to us what we've been going through. And if I could just give you one scripture to kind of set the stage for what God has given to us. And this was a scripture that the Lord gave me in Psalms 38, verse 12. Meanwhile, my enemies are trying to kill me. They plot my ruin and spend all their waking hours planning treachery. But I am deaf to all their threats. I am silent before them as a man who cannot speak. I have nothing to say, for I am waiting for you, O Lord, my God. Come and protect me. Put an end to their arrogance, those who gloat when I am cast down. And it's important, I believe, to wait upon the Lord. The Bible says that wait upon the Lord will renew their strength. And
I'd like to read a passage quickly. This is from Get Rich or Die Trying, and it goes something like this. It's many men, they wish death upon me. But Lord, I don't cry no more. I don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Something where my heart turned cold. The book of 50.
And Tammy and I have gone through a devastating time. Tammy started first with the pneumonia, and then we went through the Betty Ford's program, and then this thing came and just crushed us so deeply. And we didn't want to get in the fight. It was like a circus. We couldn't believe it. We wanted to protect our children. We wanted to really just cling to each other and see God.
He opens it up. Find me in the club. Bottle full of... Sorry, wrong passage. Sorry. Hold on now.
But it won't stop. And we're getting really thousands of letters, and people said, we want to hear from you, Jim and Tammy. We want to know what went on. We want to know where you are, how you feel. And we chose to come out today, and we actually chose your program. We've had, I guess we had invitations just about every program to come on. But I felt that you're not only tough, but I felt that you would be fair and give us a chance to share with people all over the country.
All right, well, I hope I live up to both your expectations.
Staple their ass, Brokaw. Get 'em, Brokaw.
Let's start with the tough. You may consider this to be a tough question, Ms. Baker. Is it going to be possible to get through an interview with both of you without you wrapping yourselves in the Bible? I don't mean to demean your faith in the Lord.
Get 'em, Brokaw. Get their ass, Brokaw. Oh, that's Koppel? My bad. Get their ass, Koppel.
I don't mean to demean whatever faith you have in the Bible. But sometimes one gets the sense in listening to the two of you that whenever you get into trouble, you wrap yourselves in that holiness which protects you because folks don't like to poke through that too much.
Sheesh. Get 'em, Ted Koppel.
Well, let me see if Mrs. Baker can respond to that.
Oh, okay, good.
Well, the Bible is a protection. It's a very real protection. It's a comfort. That's, I think, the biggest reason we wrap ourselves in the Bible. It's so comforting. Jesus said, when I go away, I'll send a comforter to you, and he has, and that's been our comfort during this.
Later in the summer of 1987, Jerry took an infamous ride down a water slide at Heritage USA while wearing a suit in an attempt to raise funds for the stricken ministry. The event raised $20 million, but the success only offered a short reprieve, and in October 1987, the entire PTL board resigned, and the company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
Bro, that is crazy. They raised $20 million and went bankrupt the next year? What the fuck? In 1980, that's like unlimited money. That's like unlimited money.
Simultaneously revoked Heritage USA's tax exemption, but park attendance had bottomed out anyway. That same year, auditors declared that more than $12 million in PTL funds could not be accounted for. But the worst was yet to come for the Bakers. In 1988, one year after the scandal broke, a 16-month grand jury investigation into Jim's operation of PTL came to an end. And when the details were made public, there was a lot more understanding as to how exactly Jim had managed PTL's finances over the previous 13 years. Using his inflated income, Jim siphoned money from the church coffers to fund his personal lifestyle, exactly as that first report had found nearly 10 years earlier. The cars and the boats and the clothes were all paid for using PTL funds. Jim, who made all of the financial decisions for the PTL organization, allegedly kept 2 sets of books to conceal the accounting irregularities. Even more shocking was how he managed to get the money from his viewers in the first place. Their Palm Beach property was purchased by the PTL company using money that was donated during an urgent appeal for funds to support church operations.
Not Kevin's house. Not Kevin's house.
Not long after the house was settled, they laid off 100 PTL staff members, all while Jim was promising his viewers to be a good steward of God's money. The investigation also uncovered that while Jim was overselling lifetime partnerships to Heritage USA, in which each partner would receive 3 free nights at a Heritage hotel every year, he also told lifetime partners they could invest in a new second hotel project, which Jim promised would be worth $20,000 in 40 years' time.
Thank you for that
Despite the
subscripciones.
lifetime partnerships continuing to be sold, Jim never bothered to build that second hotel. These fundraising efforts netted close to $120 million, and records showed only $40 million was needed to fund the construction of a single hotel. All those funds had gone directly into Jim's pockets. In October 1999, Jim was charged with 24 counts of fraud and conspiracy related to illegally withdrawing at least $4 million in church funds, overselling lifetime partnerships, and evading taxes. With tears streaming down his face, Pastor Jim was dragged away from his attorney's office by U.S. Marshals and hauled off to prison, where he was sentenced to federal prison and required to pay $500,000 in fines. Tammy Faye stood by her man, but was never implicated in any wrongdoing. Throughout the unraveling of PTL, Jerry
Not
Falwell
Kevin's
kicked
house.
Kevin and his family, including his adoptive sister, who was a double leg amputee, out of the 18-bedroom Heritage USA home known as Kevin's house.
Not Kevin's house!
This was when it was learned Kevin's adoptive father was Jim's first cousin. Kevin eventually brought a lawsuit against Jim Baker and PTL and petitioned a judge to be able to stay in Kevin's house, but he was forced to leave. Sadly, Kevin died a few years later at age 23. Jim Baker released a statement from prison saying that at least Kevin would never be evicted from heaven. Jay Baker.
Stop, dude. No!
Baker said in a 2024 interview that his best bonding years with his father was while he was incarcerated. Before then, Jay said his parents were so busy with work that he was even afraid to wake them in the middle of the night if he was sick. After just 2 years
Why is his son still fucking with him?
of imprisonment on March 13, 1992, Tammy filed for divorce.
Good for you, Tammy.
In a letter she provided to the church, she stated, quote,
Tammy's hair got better.
"For years, I have been pretending that everything is all right, when in fact, I hurt all the time. I cannot pretend anymore." End quote. The move was widely condemned, but if you think this is where the story ends, think again.
What?
Pimp John Fletcher lost his ministry, his wife of 18 years, and was arrested twice for public intoxication in 1989. Eventually, his driver's license was revoked for driving under the influence. John said, quote, "I have lost all that's dear and precious to me because I was loyal to Baker." End quote. No longer a pastor, John found work as a construction worker.
Wow.
In 1994, Jim Baker was paroled after serving less than 5 years.
Shut the fuck up!
By then, Tammy had married Roe Messner, the former builder of Heritage USA.
Okay, Roe is much hotter.
It must have caused some kind of deja vu when Roe himself was sentenced to 27 months in prison for bankruptcy
come
fraud
on!
in
For what?
Roe himself was sentenced to 27 months in prison for bankruptcy fraud in 1996.
I met you 10 minutes ago, and I feel, as I guess most Americans and probably most people in the world, they feel they already know you. You have been so much a part of our culture for the last 10 years. And I guess what I want to ask in the beginning
Yes, Jerry.
is, what was it like going through what must have been the most public hell a person can go through?
Well, if God hadn't have been with me, I really feel like I would have committed suicide. It was that bad. It was waking up in the morning. And have you ever woke up in the morning after somebody died? And you wake up and for just a moment everything's okay. And then you realize, oh, my mama died. Or my child died. Or someone I love, my friend is gone. And a terrible aching comes over you. And a big lump comes in the pit of your stomach, and all you want to do is pull the covers over your head and never get out of bed again as long as you live. And that's the way I felt for every morning for the last 5 years. I would wake up, and you think you would stop thinking about it, but it really is the first thing that would come to my mind every single morning. Why? Why?
What was the first day, the first morning you woke up that was the worst? Was it
Welcome
the
back,
morning
King.
that you found out about Jim and Jessica Hahn, or was it the morning you found out that you were going to lose the church, or that he was indicted? I mean, what was the first time that it suddenly started?
The
Oh, my God.
morning that I woke up and realized that Jim had signed Heritage USA
King of
over
Late
to
Night is
Jerry
back.
Falwell was probably the most horrible day of my entire life ever.
Why was that the worst?
Thank you, kid,
Why
and thank you,
was that worse
Apricot.
than-
Sorry, I'm just so engrossed right now. Thank you for all the subscriptions tonight, guys. Baby Betty appreciates you, Maylin. You know, baby Billy need to finance his empire.
Than Jessica Hahn? Or why was that worse than the indictment? What?
The indictment was terrible, and I didn't hear you say indictment. I'm sorry, Jerry. I didn't hear you say indictment. That was probably the very worst, because I felt so alone.
Hi, Tammy. I have been listening to you, and you have been saying we built this, we did that, we did this. Why is it that Jim is spending his time in prison and you are not?
I don't know.
Damn!
I mean, all I did was sing. I sang. The only thing I did was sing. I guess they don't put you in prison for singing. I had nothing to do at all with the running of the ministry.
Did you not spend the money also that Jim Baker took from people?
I did not spend any. I had my paycheck.
What bought your jewelry and your
I had my paycheck. I had my paycheck, but that's all I spent was my paycheck.
A lot of us raised children on our own.
I did too.
All the things you've had,
honey,
and we did it all
I've experienced that too. When Jim went to prison, I ended up with $1,000. That was all we had, and you can believe that or not. And I got myself back to work again, and I took care of my son by myself.
Okay.
During her life after Jim, Tammy was widely embraced as an LGBTQ ally. She became the subject
the gays
of look-alike contests and frequently attended gay pride events. In 1996, she published her autobiography called Tammy, Telling It My Way, and began co-hosting a television talk show with an openly gay actor, Jim J. Bullock. She later appeared in the sitcom Roseanne and The Drew Carey Show. In a documentary
For the
about
return.
Tammy,
What does that mean? Hold on. What?
Tammy's life featuring RuPaul as the narrator, she was quoted as saying, "I refuse to label people. We're all just people made out of the same old dirt, and God didn't make any junk." Jessica Hahn went on to build a name for herself in the entertainment industry. After 3 appearances in Playboy and multiple appearances on The Howard Stern Show, she did commercials,
She was on
modeled,
Stern?
worked adult phone hotlines, starred in a music video, and several films and TV shows.
No fucking shot.
Cool.
She was on Love and Marriage? Stop. What the
Including one episode of Married with Children.
Sorry, Married with Children, not Love and Marriage. Love and Marriage.
She also had a 17-year relationship with the co-creator of Married with Children until his death in 2008, and later married a Hollywood stuntman. In a 2017 interview with the Charlotte Observer, Jessica said she regrets a lot of her decisions in the entertainment industry, including posing nude in Playboy. She said such choices turned her into a cartoon character, and went on to say about Jim Baker, quote, "There are nights now that I get up at 3 a.m. and I'm sweating. I never had that before. I thought I was sliding through. I thought my life is fine. I didn't get injured by this. Nothing affected me. I went off and posed in Playboy. I did this and I did that. I made it work. But no, I wake up now and go, oh my God, I'm so angry." End quote. She said the years of trauma and poor decisions was the reason she never had children, saying, quote, "I guess I never wanted them to know about me. I'm so ashamed, and so I didn't want to bring a child into the world that, would be affected by my actions. And that's pretty powerful because I love children. It's mostly my animals that are my children now." End quote. Jessica said she left the Hollywood BS behind and now lives in the country. She also told the Charlotte Observer that she and Tammy Faye made up. They spoke on the phone, with Tammy telling her if she were with her right now, she would hug her. Jessica said she always looked up to Tammy Faye for her love of family and even her looks, saying, quote, "I really grew up with the Bakers on TV, thinking I'd love to be in that family. Wow. They're always singing and happy. I loved her. I loved her makeup, the stupid makeup. That's what we did in church. We wore a lot of makeup and big hair." End quote. In 1996, at 56 years old, John Fletcher died of AIDS. Sadly, that It was the same year Tammy was diagnosed with colon cancer. Initially, her treatment progressed well, but in 2004, she learned that cancer had spread to her lungs. Despite a short period of remission, in May 2007, she announced she had stopped treatment and was receiving hospice care at
Oh my gosh.
home. Tammy Faye passed away in July of 2007. In the final interview before she died, in typical Tammy style, she joked she would like to be remembered for her eyelashes and went on to say, quote,
"You will be.
I'd like to say that I genuinely love you and I genuinely
Hassle,
care and I
transgender
genuinely
pride,
want to see
transgender
you in
pride.
heaven one day. I want you to find peace. I want you to find joy." End quote. Tammy's larger-than-life personality has since been immortalized in a film titled The Eyes of Tammy Faye with Jessica Chastain cast in the lead role. Steve Peters, the gay minister Tammy interviewed in that groundbreaking interview, was invited to and attended the New York premiere of the movie. Against all odds, he had survived all those years despite being told he had less than 6 months to live at the time the show was broadcast. He later commented how life-changing the interview had been for
Bro, my man was so strapped. He was on steroids, right? Isn't a line of treatment for HIV steroids? That's why he's so piped up.
himself and others who were struggling with their sexual identity at the time, saying, quote, "It was groundbreaking because it was the first time that an evangelical Christian had been affirming of a gay man living with AIDS, and it really rocked the conservative Christian community, and kind of rocked the gay and lesbian community as well. I've had any number of people come up to me through the years and say that my interview with Tammy Faye saved their lives or helped them to realize that they could be gay and Christian, and it turned them around and made them realize they had to come out." End quote. In 2023, Reverend Stephen Peters passed away at age 70.
That dude fucking rules.
After Jim's release from prison and still owing $6 million to the IRS, he also remarried in another rush to the altar. He tied the knot with Lori Beth Graham just 50 days after they met for the first time in 1998. Lori Graham was a minister who spoke about her rebellious history in which she claimed she had 5 abortions. 4 years after marrying, the couple adopted not one, but
That's the lady from the fucking food bucket video. Oh my God, it's so full circle.
5 children together.
What?
Then, claiming to have been inspired by prophecy, Jim and Lori created Lori's House.
No, it's Kevin's house all over again.
The website claims Lori's House is there to offer not just an objection to abortion, but an option, and that Lori's House was built to minister to women in their time of need. At 16 years to the day of the last PTL broadcast, Jim and Lori launched their new television ministry from Branson, Missouri. They now host The Jim Baker Show from Blue Eye, Missouri, and now have a YouTube channel with almost 100,000 subscribers at the time of this recording. In his second coming, Jim now preaches about QAnon conspiracy theories and the and sells
How the fuck you? What?
doomsday prepping supplies and what he calls survival food to his devoted followers.
I mean, well, I'm all in on the survival food, but everything else.
This 2015 photo shows dishes from Jim Baker's $135 50-day survival food sampler bucket. It contains macaroni and cheese, creamy potato soup, chocolate pudding,
creamy,
and chicken noodle soup. The ad for the sampler bucket announced, quote, "Imagine the world is dying and you're having a breakfast for kings," end quote.
The Bible says they're going to eat their arms. The Bible says they're going to eat their babies. Then it says they're going to eat their children. That's what people do when they get hungry. Okay, the soup comes in 6 gallons of this. It weighs almost 50 pounds. I know you don't want to hear this, but I want to tell you, you're going to dream Jim Baker on TV telling you, get ready. And you say, oh my God, why didn't I order something? I'm going to eat some more of this if you're not careful.
This shit is so amazing.
Oh.
This is where he chokes. This is where he almost pukes. This is the funniest clip I've ever seen. Watch this. So good.
It's so good. Oh, my God. You didn't have lunch, right? Wow.
Bro.
Oh, my God.
Him just taking a full face of slop, full ladle of slop to the face is so fucking...
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
Less than 3.
Oh, good. Oh, my God. You didn't have lunch, right?
Right?
Wow. This food is so good.
Cool.
It passes.
What in the hell did I come back to?
Hey, is Marsh here? We've seen this clip too, where he says it passes the Mexican seal of approval, and we found out that Marsh was actually the Mexican that was paid to give his seal of approval. We don't mean to expose him, but it was Mauricio, the producer of Fear End, who gave his seal of approval for money. They paid him. So, they needed a real live Mexican.
Wow. This food is so good. It passes the official Mexican test. This is Mexican food that real live Mexicans approve of.
Real live Mexicans.
This is not gringo food. This is good food, and it is unbelievable. Yeah. One of the things we've done around here, we stick them under coffee tables and end tables. You just stack them up and then put a cloth over them.
Yeah.
Or get a piece of cardboard or a piece of plywood, and you make a top. And then you just stack this food. You could have your whole living room with end tables and coffee tables made out of food buckets. Just do it.
Yeah.
This power goes out, and there's no trucks running, and the EMP bomb or whatever they're talking about for these last day events. This 2-gallon bucket of packs of coffee, you could trade them for whatsoever you want. That's it. You could probably get a new car. We have the plan, But the bartering, like the food that we send out, those packets of food are going to be more valuable than gold. I want to tell you something. There's coming a day where the gold's not going to be valuable, because if you can't eat it, it's not going to be valuable.
At the time of this recording, the cheapest bucket of food sold on Jim and Lori's website retails for $269.75.
Yeah.
During the pandemic, Jim was sued by...
Oh, I forgot about this! He was having people drink silver during COVID. Unreal. Unfucking real, dude. This guy sucks. Buy one, Will? I already did. Okay, we're eating it on Fear End.
Missouri's Attorney General for falsely claiming...
But not his. I got a different brand of slop bucket. I didn't want to fucking give this guy money.
Claiming a tonic he was selling called Silver Solution could not only cure COVID, but also SARS and HIV. Before the pandemic, he sold the Silver Solution SARS and
HIV.
Before the pandemic, he sold the Silver Solution in an enema kit.
Up the ass.
As for the Baker children, both appear to have followed in their parents' footsteps.
No.
Their daughter, Tammy Sue, had once been destined for a promising Christian music career, but her father's dramatic fall from grace brought that to a crashing end. Nowadays, Tammy Sue maintains a low profile online and works alongside her father on his TV show.
Oh.
You have been talking about a family that has impacted your life. The Happy Goodmans.
Happy here.
Happy Goodman.
God walks the dark hills to guide my footsteps. He walks everywhere, by night and by day. He walks in silence on down the highway. God walks the dark hills to show everywhere. Hey, darling. By night and by day. Hey, baby, darling, darling. He walks in silence on down the highway. God walks the dark hills to show me the way. Sing it with me, darling, come on. God walks. Happy 80th birthday, baby. I love you. It's been a long time, darling. I'm so glad to be back with you, baby. I'm gonna make you some banana pudding later, okay? I love you.
That was a great moment for me.
Wow.
Did you see all those pictures around?
Yes.
That's my school teachers and things that from the past.
Yeah.
And it was a great moment for me.
It was 9 hours of a great moment. It was 9
The world's longest
hours.
birthday.
Jay is a pastor who shunned Christian fundamentalism and co-founded an LGBTQ-affirming church called Revolution Church in Phoenix, Arizona. Unlike his parents, he doesn't bring in much money and said in a 2024
he gay.
interview he is regularly looking for part-time jobs and recently had to raise $300 just so his church could meet their budget that month. As Jim Bakker continues to fall down the far-right rabbit hole, Jay said his father fears his son won't get into heaven due to his progressive theology.
Oh, come on, man.
Jay told him, quote, "Well, Dad, if I get there and they don't want me in, I'll just tell them I believe too much about that stuff Jesus said about loving people, and that you and Mom always told me to forgive people, so I'll just blame you guys." End quote. He said his father laughed, but Jay went on to say in the interview, "I don't believe in hell, and that's a problem for him as well." This has been the story and scandals of a pimp and a gay icon. If you are a fan of learning about cults, scams, and cautionary tales, be sure to like this video, subscribe, and hit that bell icon so you never miss an upload.
Dude.
My name is Josie, and thank you so much for watching.
I just went on a ride. I just went on a fucking ride. Holy shit. Can you get the link? Of course you can. By the way, guys, that was made by the Not the Good Girl channel. Not the Good Girl. Not the Good Girl. I'll link it in chat right now. Dude. I was fucking riveted. I was riveted. Damn. I put my Tammy Faye t-shirt on for this. I ran into Tammy Faye at the mall. Holy shit, man. Dude, that face is iconic. Wow. Man, we've had 2 really good back-to-back streams. I feel like I'm just dialed. I feel like I've really hit my stride. My stream stride. Damn, that was good, man. Fuck. Flarg, that was good.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
This was the late night content I missed.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Movie? Yes. Don't you worry. We're doing a movie tomorrow on film night.
We are
We're
so
gonna do a very good movie. Folks, we're gonna do a great movie, folks. Big movie every Wednesday. Film night every Wednesday. Secret chatter confessions. Damn. Baby Billy needs to make a comeback after that. He's gonna. When next we do another server, don't you wait. We're working on it. Things are falling into place, folks.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Well, you're back in your bag.
Well, thank you. It's good to be back.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Can we watch the Louis C.K. doc next? JK.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
My contribution to build Will's house.
Oh, thank you for that. Will's house. We're building Will's house. Oh, this is the trailer for Eyes of Tammy Faye. I never even heard of this movie.
Tammy Faye. What'd you do?
Hello, Mother. This is Jim Baker, my husband. It's all part of our mission to help people. Anyone who's hurting or they feel like they've been left out, God has a plan for us.
What'd he tell you to do this time?
Jesus keeps a taking me higher and higher. Jim will preach, and I'll sing.
God does not want us to be poor.
Wonderful, a pleasure.
Now God has a voice in this fight.
Who's he fighting?
Liberal agenda, homosexual agenda.
Faith isn't political.
You can't talk to him like that. Jerry Falwell's a powerful man, Tammy Faye.
She's a firecracker, Jim.
If everyone watching could double their pledge just for one mug, God loves you. He really does.
We're not doing anything wrong, though.
Is that a question? Tammy and I are undergoing the most vicious.
Thank you for the raid.
Serving God don't feel like it should be a money-making opportunity.
You know, when I saw that clipping with my face on it, I thought for a second that you were proud of me.
Oh, Tammy Faye, you follow blindly. In the end, all you are is blind.
I just want to love people.
The devil's coming for me, Tammy.
Can we talk about Satan later, Jim?
Steve is a patient of AIDS.
I can't look at this. You need to get her under control.
I built you an empire.
I built you an empire.
Some people, they're just hurting so bad, and we just need to love them.
I want to put my arm around you.
And I want to put my arms around you, Tammy Faye.
I won't go forward looking in the rearview mirror of my life. This is who I am.
Damn.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
I'm not gonna lie. That really made me want to listen to These Eyes.
Now that's over, can we look at Jessica Hahn Playboy photos?
No!
Ha ha ha, unless...
Unless?
These eyes cry every night for you. These arms long to hold you again. The hurting's on me now, and I will never be free. No, my baby, no, no. You gave a promise to me, yeah. You broke it.
You broke it.
Oh no. These eyes watched you bring my world to an end. This heart could not accept and pretend. The hurting's on me, yeah, and I will never be free. No, no, no.
seen a lot of love.
But they're never gonna see another one like I have with you. These eyes are crying. These eyes have seen a lot of loves, but they're never gonna see another one like I had with you.
Dude, that is a classic song that you never hear, but when you hear it, it always hits. I am convinced there is another